Hey Millie, I need to test something on you, so why don't you tell us about your favorite flower?
Hi there. One of my favorite flowers is the sunflower. I love how they turn their big, bright faces toward the sun, almost like they're following it throughout the day. They symbolize happiness and positivity, which is pretty uplifting, don't you think? Plus, their seeds are tasty snacks. What about you?
Actually, I gotta
Have a
go.
favorite flower?
Actually, I have to go. Bye, Millie.
Okay, bye for now. I will be here when you are ready. Talk soon.
All right. This is the fun part if you're tuning in to the live. Um, doesn't look like there's anyone here yet. But basically, is how you got to do it. But basically, I'm going to be adding a panel on here. So it's not enough. It's not enough to be the electrical engineer. Jesus, that's bright. I don't even know. It's not even that bright. It's not enough to be the electrical engineer and the software developer. You got to be the designer, the structural engineer. Mechanical engineer, kind of. I mean, I haven't really done anything mechanical yet. I'm gonna try to use that. So I'm gonna do create body, and then what you do is you grab that, and then you grab that, and you do that. Perfect. Even though this, check this out. Even though this is the part I print, because, you know, it's like you have the design of it and then you have the manufacturing. So this is the actual part you print, and you just print it twice, right? One bottom, one top, and then the shelf. It's not good. Uh-oh. It's getting a little hot in here. I don't like that. It was off. Woo! Jesus. That scared me. So you gotta have that on. All right. Yeah, so there's the pad. And then basically, you've got this guy that just sits on top of that, and then another one flips out upside down. So when you do that, that's what models this. And I can show you here, you know, top, bottom panel. Yeah. What else do we got? So what are we doing? So we were doing upper walls, and what we wanted was this body here and that binder. So I'm going to turn off upper walls, and I'm going to rename this. This is going to be panel. Actually, yeah, I do want to do it like that. Panel 1. Or we can do panel type 1. There we go. And rename it again and take away that stupid capital P. Panel type 1. Okay, cool, right? So what does that mean? Well, we can draw on this, which we need to, and that's our panel. We can create another panel type to fit this. I will kind of modify that later. But for now, let's just do, we need to do a panel on here. So we're kind of just going to draw on that front panel, right? And what do we need? We need to grab these right here. So I want to grab this. I want to grab this. I want to grab that. 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 Cool. I also want to grab that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that. This is FreeCAD I'm using. Pretty much everything is open source, but like the, you know, I pay for the LLMs, or I pay for the AI stuff. And honestly, I just checked my usage, and I've been using like 33 cents a day. So it's really good. Let me share. Let me share this. Right? All right, so I just put out a couple of tweets so we can kind of encourage people to come look. But basically, this is it's like the piece, but it's not the piece. It's like a derivative of that piece so that you can model something else. But basically, this is the object, and then inside the object, you're going to have like an origin point. You're going to have a reference, which is this guy, right? And then you're going to have basically your first sketch, right? And then when you're done, so this is like, these are all the different tools you can use inside the sketcher. So we're creating a drawing right now. You can even turn that off. So now we have this as a sketch, and as you can see, it's on a plane, and that plane is right on the face of that. So you're almost saying like, okay, on this plane in 3D space, I'm going to draw something, right? So even if you snap on that, like if I were to pull this line out, it would make it snap to this plane, right? Isn't that cool? But I don't want to do that, so I will get rid of that. What I really want, right, are these holes, right? So what we're going to do is close it for now. Oh, okay. So really the problem is if they're just lines like that, then you won't be able to see them. So actually what we should do is we should draw some of these. So what we're going to do is, what are we going to do here? We are going to draw these. And these are actual lines. If you want to draw something, you use white. If you want to draw like a reference point, you can use blue. So you can basically draw without it being a real line, because the next phase is pulling real lines into three-dimensional objects. So if you don't want to pull, like if you're in a sketch and you say, okay, I want to take my lines and I want to make them into a 3D shape, it's going to take all of the real lines that you've drawn. It's not going to miss any. So every line in that drawing is going to become a shape, and it's either going to be extruded as a pocket, or it's going to be like if you have a border shape, right? That's going to be the extrusion, and then any kind of circles inside is going to automatically be a pocket. So it's automatically going to form a hole there, which is super, super nice, right? Like it knows, okay, this is the outside of the object, and then within that there's a hole, so that's going to be a hole. So it's pretty smart. So you can do it all in one, but then you can't do anything else. So if you wanted to extrude something like 10 centimeters with 10 centimeter holes, that's great. You could do that. And then if you wanted to push in like a thing for like 5 centimeters, you'd have to do that on the next sketch. So it's kind of just like, you're basically just like extruding things, you know, one at a time. Now, for this other part, what I'm going to do is actually do a rounded rectangle. And I think, right, if I do right here, center, width, and height, I think I can just kind of guess as to where it's going to be. So if I do something like that, okay, so 300. So 300 and 300. And then if I do that, I can kind of guess and say, oh, that's 20. Cool. Now I have to figure out why that isn't centered. That really makes me worried. Uh-oh. Oh, because it's... Oh, I see. Well, it doesn't matter anyway, because this thing is going to be larger than that. So what we need to do is say something like 310 or 3, let's do 330 and 330, right? And then we can come and do this and say, is that where we want it. The only problem is we can't, or maybe we can do 30. And yes, it changed them all. Now, I think that's a little too big. I like the 30, but I think we need to do 320 and 320. Oh, Jesus. 320, okay. So, I feel good about this. I think it could be a little tighter. So we're gonna do 25 and see what that looks like. See how nice that curve is? I just like that curve. And I kind of want to like make it match. So that looks good. Okay. So that might be too big. Let's do 310 and 310. Yeah, that looks nice, right? Now, it's just like, think about it as like the holes are going to be there and all of this is going to be covered, right? So I'm not even worried about, I shouldn't even have built this bevel in. This bevel is completely irrelevant now because I'm just going to build a flat piece that covers that anyway. So there's really no point to the bevel. I won't be doing it again, and it kind of just like adds a little bit of, you know, cost onto it. So I'll be taking that out later, but for this project, it's fine. Basically, that's good. Now, the only thing I want to do is create a reference point so this thing can be locked on. See how this is just sliding? I want to get that centered. So how do I do that? Well, I do something like this, where I center this on a line. So what I need to do is create a fake line right at the center point, which should be indicated by that, and then snap. So that's a center point. This is like a centering kind of tool right here. So basically that's good. I've got, let me see how we're doing over here. Yeah, this is great. Let me see how we're doing over here. Two views. I think it's kind of interesting. Okay, so now we have this thing, right? And what we can do is we want that snapped right there, but we're actually going to use these points. So I'll do something like this, bop. You go bop, bop, and then bop, right? And then you take that guy and you delete him. There's going to be one constraint always. So now, because it's green, it's fully constrained, we're good to go. And that just means that like this thing cannot be moved. It's totally constrained. So it's got what? It's got the holes we already need, right? Those are going to go all the way through. And these will fit these longer. Yeah, I ordered a ton more of these guys. These are the 20s. These are 4 mil. All these are like metric. The whole thing is in metric. That's basically like how you have to do robotics. And I don't think that is a whole lot of wiggle room. And I think we're gonna put a washer on it anyway. So what we're gonna do is, just to make sure, we're gonna you know what? We're gonna have to shoot. Okay. Let me just turn this off. We're gonna have to delete. We're gonna have to delete all these because we never entered a dimension. So what we're gonna do is now we are what are we going to do? We're going to enter the dimensions. So we're going to go back to our real tool, our real circle, and we're going to say something like, well, 5. What is that? Okay, so this is appropriate for these. You gotta understand what you're doing here. So this is like 5.6 should be the minimum for those, to put those in. Which, yeah, honestly, I think what we just want to do is put 6. That whole thing is 6.3. I mean, we could make it 7. We could make it 7. Let's do that. Let's do 7, just so it's got enough wiggle room. And then if we go to our washer, we just need to make sure that the oh. Yikes. So the washer is 11, so we can make that, well, that's the other thing. If we make that, okay, so this needs to move around too. So this needs to move around too. We can make that 14 next. Basically, we're gonna make all these 7, right? And that'll give it a little bit of wiggle room. Because we 3D printed these, so it's not like it's going to be down to the millimeter exact, right? So basically the holes on the panel are going to be a little bit larger, and then somewhere in here is going to be the actual screw. The screw itself is only 4 millimeters apart. So 7 is a pretty good hole to give it, 3 millimeters of wiggle room. Basically three millimeters of error in all directions. So what I want to do now is close this shape up because we've got the border and we've got the holes, and right now that's all we need. So let's do that, and then I'll show you. See, now this comes with, so there's the shape, there's the original shape that we were drawing on top of, and now we just got that. Now, if I take the sketch and I just do something like a pad, boom, right? It gives me a 10 millimeter, can't really see that, but a 10 millimeter kind of like a extrusion, right? So this pad right here is now 10 millimeters. If I were to say, okay, cool, and then measure, right there, boom, right? 10 mil. So I go back in here and I say, okay, close that. Okay, so that's a pretty cool pad, right? So that's basically like, that'll fit on every single full scale. I have 8 of those I need to make. So we can take this pad and we need to make 8 of these panels. So I wonder if it would be more useful See that? That's basically what we did. Super easy, right? I mean, we're going to clean it up and make it look nice with a nice little beveled edge, and we're going to put a hole here for the camera. Basically, the camera's going to go up here today, so we'll know exactly where that is. I need to figure out what kind of case. I'm going to measure it and just build a little box for it. We'll put a hole for the power switch, and then we're going to put a couple of things for what is a USB so we can figure out also how those work. Like these guys are gonna fit into almost like on a computer where you can plug in your phone. So we need to figure out how that works. It looks like it screws in from the outside. So I'm gonna get my screwdriver. Okay, that screws in from the outside. And this one also screws in from the outside. So basically what that means is that we need, well, basically I have to create a way for these guys to fit on the inside of this panel right here, right? And then the camera is going to sit right here, like that. And then there's a power button here. But because these screw from the front, not the back, which I think is possible on these ones, but I might as well just make them the same. I think what I'm gonna have to do, right, is I mean, they're not even the same. They're not even the same width. So what I think I should do is create a panel almost like I'm going to create a hole. I'm going to create a hole that will fit a smaller panel behind it. And then the screws will be on the back side. So let's do the camera opening first. Cool. So here's our first panel. And we're going to start with the opening for the camera. Right? The trick is that you want to make everything modular, so you don't want to create a big panel that only works on one or two things. So because these I don't know if you can see that. Let's check on the, because these guys are basically custom, then I'm gonna have to build a smaller panel on here where they can be, and they should kind of be like pushed back. I think that'll be like a nice little detail. There'll be like a little corner spot here, and then the camera and the button will just be nice here. So I think we should do the camera and the button first, and then we'll do that guy, and then kind of clean the edges and make it all fun. So let's do that. Basically, like I said, what I like to do is take this guy, appearance, custom appearance, bop, 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 bop. Cool, right? So it's orange now, and it's going to match everything else we have. So we need to create a sketch, right? And this is just going to be an opening. So we have to decide what this opening is going to do. Right? Like, we have oh, perfect. Perfect. Cool. So we actually have these bolts that can be screwed in through the back, which means we can basically mount that camera. Oh, I love it. I love it. Some things just work out, guys. Some things just work out, like Millie Bot. Like Millie Bot. So, if you look at these, right? If you look at these guys, they just thread. You gotta be careful. Oh my God. Oh my God. Such a greasy handprint. Anyway, I could just throw these screws in the back. Now, they don't go very far. Oh, those are the long ones. Nope, those are the short ones. Shucks. Okay, so see how they don't go very far at all? Which means that I need to make okay, so that's exactly 10. So basically, I just need to make the back wall that holds this piece 10, and then we can put some washers in there, and it'll be all good. Basically, I try to build everything like 5 or 10 millimeters thick. But basically, all we need to do is create a hole for this, and then because I'm just going to mount it on a back plate, that whole thing can be bigger, so it doesn't need to like hold this at all. So all we really need to get is this measurement right here. So this measurement right here is this measurement right here is 74 point. Oh God, I don't want to scratch the camera lens. Let me put it down on this. Sorry, I got to put it down on the table here. Let me zero this baby out. 0. 74. Try to center it, you know. $75. Okay. So 75, let's write that down. And this is kind of how it works. You just kind of design these on the fly. And you know, like this is a schematic I did when I was wiring this switch, which is right there. So I'll have to make legit copies of all this so people know how to do it. But basically, yeah, I'm just trying to get people into building robots, and you know, if I can figure it out, you can figure it out, and if we can all figure it out, then maybe we'll figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So we're gonna do the what did we say? 75. So the camera holes are 75 millimeters, or 7.5 meters. Yeah, 7.5 centimeters, right? Which makes sense. And then we know that the actual unit, right? So there's our 75, center to center on these circles. Yeah, and then, which is nice because not everyone does that. Some companies don't, like, for some reason they don't do that. And then we're gonna find out that this thing is 91, for some reason, 91 millimeters. So we can just do 91 millimeters. Oh. .91 millimeters, and then we got the .28 millimeters is the height. And this doesn't really matter because we're going to build it, we're going to make it so much bigger that those are just reference points, so I know what's going on, right? Right, 28. So just think about it as like, the unit is 91 by 28, and the holes are 75 apart. Now the problem with that is, yes, the holes are centered. So the holes are centered, and we basically just need to make sure that the holes are going to be 75 apart, but they're going to be essentially half of 75 from the center. So that would be 37 point, whatever, half of 75. But that doesn't matter because we'll make a line that's 75. We'll snap the circles to the end of it, and then we'll take that line and we'll make sure that it's midway along the center point of something. So we'll just center point it a bunch of times until we get that. So basically, what do we want to do, right? We want to create like a hole that's going to be just above this and just to the side of this, and then we can make the back panel for it. So what we really want to do is say, okay, how much on top of this do we need? Or we're going to need to make a hole first, and then we'll make a back panel. So let's say we have the hole is, 5. Let's say the hole is 10 centimeters above and below. So if it's 28 or 30, this hole is going to be 50, right? $50 millimeters, right? So, and then 91 plus 20 is 110. millimeters, right? So just think about it that way. The machine is, the piece is 90 by 30. I'm just gonna round. So it's gotta be 110 by 50 to account for 20 more millimeters, which is 10 millimeters on either side, right? So that's basically it. And we really don't even have to model, the machine in the computer. So what we're gonna do right now is just take this front body, right? We're gonna take this guy right here and then just create a sketch, right? And what that sketch is gonna be is a hole. So we're gonna turn this guy on so we can see where the back panel hangs down. Because obviously we don't want to interfere with that, but it looks good. What we can do is basically just draw something, right? Like that's kind of how this program works. If you don't really know where exactly it is, you can just draw it. So I'm gonna go with a rounded, and I'm gonna do center. Or you know what we should do? We should at least center it, right? And then I'll do a distance off of that line. So let's do this. We can do that guy, right? And then we can do that guy, right? So we have that guy, we have that guy. And then we can do something like a guideline between them. So let's do that, and we'll do it should yeah, I'm happy with that. And then this guy should be snapping to there. So you see how that kind of gives us like a nice almost like a nice reference point there. So if we turn that on and we turn that on, then we've got this as a reference point, right? This line here. So what we can actually do now is go back into the real lines, and we can do something like this, center. So at least it's on the center, right? So now we have something like that. And what did we say we were gonna do? We said we were gonna do 110 and 50, right? And then we just have to make, ooh, that's kind of cool. But I feel like we should just keep the rounded square vibes going. So I think probably we're gonna wanna do, looks like 5, right? And we can always change that later. But where is this thing gonna go? It's snapped to that line, which is good, but we can create a nice reference point by measuring from somewhere else. So what I'm gonna do is take this guy and say, actually, what we want is for this thing to be referenced off of that point. So now we have these guys, and we could pull that off there and then decide what that length is gonna be. So right now it's 28, and I feel like 30 might be chill. Again, like that's totally opinion. That only leaves us a little bit of room here, and I kind of yeah, I guess that's okay. And then you kind of have to consider the next thing you're gonna do, right? So the next thing we're gonna do, right, we're gonna cut this. So it's fully constrained, we're good to go. And then we're gonna use this to cut a pocket through here, right? So if we cut a pocket through here, that means we're gonna have to create these kinds of circles to mount to the back of the plate, right? We're gonna have to create, not these, but we're gonna have to create another set of holes on the back of this panel, and then we're gonna have to create another back plate behind this, and that back plate is somehow going to connect to this. So I think what we're going to need to do actually, yeah. You know what? Honestly, for modularity, we probably want to make it too big. So, do you know what I'm saying? I feel like for modularity's sake, this panel should be really big so that we can slap on another camera. That's the kind of thing you have to think about, right? Like, it can't be designed for this camera. It has to work with this camera, but it can't be designed specifically for the camera. So if this camera is 30 millimeters tall, we're leaving an extra 30 millimeters of height. And I don't think any other cameras are 30 millimeters higher. And then if this camera is 90, we're leaving an extra 30 or 15 on each side. And I honestly think that leaving an extra 15, leaving an extra 15 centimeters on each side is probably good. I'm gonna leave 20. So, right, it's 30. So I'm gonna put it at 70, and I'm gonna put this at 130, so 90. I just added 40 centimeters to this, so 20 on each side. So this will fit in the middle. Okay, now, what we really wanna do is, make sure that that is the wide opening, and then we're gonna create a little wall that's about 10 millimeters thick, and then we're gonna extrude that, and then we're gonna create a cap on the back side so that it kind of positions the camera within here. So the first step we can do is just close that, and you can see that that's ready to become a pocket. And so we have the drawing. Right here is all the options we have for like creating a pad. So if I wanted to create a pad, right? Like it's not a pad, but if I wanted to create a pad, it might be an extrusion. See how that works, right? And if I wanted to change that, I could just do that and then hit 50, and it would be a big extrusion. That's not what we want to do. So what we really want to do is come back here to Jesus. All right, so what the hell is this? Okay, so what we really want to do is 140, no, 130, right? 130 and then 70. And then we just want to make sure that this guy, bop, and this guy are, what do we say, 30? Yeah, that's pretty far down, but there's still 10, there's still going to be 10 millimeters clearance here. So we'll be good with that. So that's good, and then close. And then what we're actually going to do is create a pocket. So if we only wanted to go halfway through, we would just do that kind of pocket, which is like nice, but what we really want to do is a 10. And that's just going to go through all. If we wanted to, we could change this to through all, 2 dimensions. You can have it do a bunch of stuff, symmetric to plane. So you can have it cut in different ways. So that's basically it. And we didn't save this at all, which is a super taboo, because that was the entire thing from scratch that we just created. And this program dies a lot, crashes a lot. So you got to save your work. So now we created our first hole. And basically what this gives us is, did I want to fix this? I was kind of thinking about creating a nice little depression on the face. I can't make it come out anymore. I don't want it to come out anymore. Yeah, okay. So I'll do that at the end. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do one kind of a weird part at the end, where I make these thicker, just on the edge, and because I want it to hold, through 10 millimeters, and I want a washer to be on that surface, I'm going to have to extrude. I'll just show you. It's hard to explain. Okay, so now we're on the inside, right? We're going to create a sketch on the inside, and what we're going to do, can we read this? Yeah. Good. What we're going to do is pull these lines off of here. Okay, right? So I pulled these lines off, and then what does this give us? So what I really want to do is recreate, actually I don't even need to do that. So let me go undo. I can make this a lot cleaner. No, I do want those lines. I do want those lines, okay? So I have those lines, and then what I want to do is make a real center. Right? I want to do it here. But really, I should Sorry, I was just on X. Okay. Where are we at? Oh. Center point, right? So now, all we need to do is a real center, right? Center point. As you can see, it's equal. And even if it's not, we can fix it. But what we're going to do is, it's going to have the same dimensions, right? So what was that? 130 and 70, right? And then 5. So we basically just want to create that exact same thing. And I'll show you why. In 1 second. Let me just update these. So this is going to be 70 and 130. Cool? Cool? So we have this guy now, right? And what we really want to do is create something just like it, but make it 10 millimeters larger on both sides. So what we got to do is add 20 to 130, so 150, and then add 20, so 90, right? And then all you have to do is find a nice little angle for that, and I think it's going to be around 10, right? So boom. So now we have that, and we have that, and then we can close it, and it was fully constrained because we used that center point. So now all we have to do with these is pad it, and it'll already tell what is what needs to be extruded. So basically, think about it this way. What I wanted to do was create some depth on the face of the actual panel. And right now we're just going to save it because, again, FreeCAD, it is a little glitchy-doo-dahs. And then what we're going to do is say, okay, and then we're going to measure this, and that's 20. So think about it this way. If we look at it from the top, and this is why you always do 50% transparency, it's sticking in 10 millimeters, which is on this side, on the inside, right? Close that. So it's sticking in 10 millimeters on the inside, and it's a 10 millimeter thick object, right? So let's just turn that off for now. There you go. So now we got the panel, and it's sticking in 10 millimeters, but it's also a 10 millimeter thick object, so it's actually sticking in 20. Is that enough, right? That's kind of what we have to ask ourselves. And just so you're clear, I am making all this stuff up right now. There's no person you can turn to say, hey, how do I build the robots? So that would only give this thing like a super small. This whole thing is 18. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another 10 onto that. So what we actually have to do is just click on the pad and then just add 10, make it 20, right? And now this bad boy is, it's actually 30. And so what we end up with, if you guys can see this, is you end up with something that's going to be like that. So it's going to be deeper. It's going to be 10 millimeters deeper. So essentially, this little guy will sit inside this panel, only 10 millimeters thick, within the face of the front panel. So ideally, what you want to give it is some depth, so that if it runs by something, it has 10 millimeters of, being inside of the surface. Plus, we're going to put another probably 2 millimeters or something on the face of this thing. Maybe 5 millimeters. So it'll have that as well. So I'm happy with that. So what did I actually make? I made a really cool hole right here. And what we can do with this for now, and yeah, we're good. We're good. Okay. So what we can do with this now is, what I really want to do is just put some holes in here, and then we can add these guys, and these will be basically what hold it together. So if we look at this, this guy says a minimum of 5.6 is the hole that you have to make to put this insert in, right? Because it's actually, if you look at it here, it's 5.5. So just to get it in the plastic, it needs to be 5.6. But if I make it 5.6, it's going to be smaller than 5.6 because the printer doesn't have that good of accuracy. So what I really want to do is probably make it around 5.7. Yeah. So I'm going to make it 5.7, but I want to make it 5.7. Actually, the real question is, should I use the M3s? No, I'm using M4s. So yeah, 5.7 is the hole, but we've got to create the whole thing here. So we're going to create a sketch, and we're going to basically draw the holes on this plane right here. So just think about it that way. So what do we need? We're going to need to extract this line and that line and that line and that line. We'll just say for now we need those. Okay. Okay. So let's just create, since we already have this guy right here, we're going to create a midpoint to midpoint, right? And that guy right there, this is the midpoint from here to here. So that's exactly the midpoint. And then what we really need to do is create another fake line, and that's going to be centered right there. So we'll do that, and then we'll make sure that this is accurate. Okay, so what we need to do is do one of these. Okay. Okay, so now we need to do that. Okay, that looks way better. So what we need to do is figure out where this is. And honestly, a lot of this stuff I just eyeball, but I take the actual closest measurement. So right now it's 140, right? And then this one would be looks like 80, right? And that makes sense. So basically, what did I do? I found the center line between these two panels, right? So I found the center line between here, and I found the center line between here and here. I'm just going to save it quickly. And then I'm just going to add some holes on there, right? And I can arbitrarily add those holes wherever I want. So I'm going to go back into a real circle, a real hole, and then I'm just going to go boop, and I'm going to say what? 5.7, right? Boop. And don't worry where they are, because that's where we lock them down next with a dimension tool. So 5.7, and if you wanted to, you could make all this stuff like if you have to do 100 holes, you're not going to make them all 5.7. What you're going to do is draw a bunch of them. Oops. What you're going to do is draw a bunch of holes, right? And then you're gonna say, oh, all those holes are dimension hole. Like, you'll give them a common dimension, right? Like that right there. If I wanted to go and give them like a standard dimension, right? I could come in here and I'm not sure where it is, but there's like a way for you to assign it to like almost like another, it pulls up a spreadsheet. It's actually really intense. But this is just kind of like, I'm making just individual parts, and at most I'll have like 8 of the same things to dial in, right? So where are these though, right? These are just in random places. No, they're actually snapped to that line, which is cool. We only have one parameter. So where's the other distance coming from, right? Well, basically we just go boom, boom, and then we set it. And what do we want that to be? Well, 12 doesn't look long enough, so I'm gonna do 30, and I like that. So I'm just gonna like eyeball it. But on the other hand, if we make this 30 and we make this 30, then they're too close together. So 30 is actually not a good number. So what we can do is change these just so they look good, if that makes sense. There's no rhyme or reason for these to be here. There's no structural load that's happening, so you don't really need to worry about that. But you see how I kind of already drew them there? So I think this is going to be nice. I think that this is far enough away from each other in the corner, far enough away from each other here. So we're just going to continue to do this, and it's pretty smart. It just knows like what you're talking about. You just have to like say we got that guy, and then we did, well, you can't really screw it up because they're actually like in line. But sometimes you can have like an angular direction or something, so you just have to make sure that where you're dragging your thing is approps. Oh, so that was a mistake. And then this guy is going to be boom, 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 right? And then again, like all of this could have been dialed in parametrically, right? So so this could be referenced to like a master dimension. So if we actually change that, it would change them all. But that's good, right? Now what are these? These are going to be holes, right? What are these going to do? Well, they're just going to be generic holes, so we can actually add another object onto there that's going to be a plate. But because we're going to want to print that separately, we're not going to model that right now. We're just going to say it's a pocket. And at the very least, we need this pocket to be 10. So I think I'm actually going to make it 20. because it's already 10 thick there, and honestly, this is going to be printed like that. So that's another thing you have to think about is like, how is this going to print? And we're going to need to print it like that. So, oh shoot. Well, now I'm worried about this thing being rough on the face. If we need to, I kind of want to make a little ridge around the side. You know what I mean? So it kind of sticks up. I don't want it to be completely flat like this. But the problem with that is that if you print it like that, and there's a little ridge around the side, then the whole face of it is going to be supported by support material. And even if it's only like 5 millimeters, you're still going to get a rough texture on the face instead of a smooth texture. So that's kind of the shitty part about 3D printing is like I'm stuck. I got to print this part up and I want to print this part down, but I don't want it to be just a flat panel with no, I would love for there to be a little definition just around the edge. But it doesn't look like I can do that. Oh, you know what I can do? Okay. So here's a hack. We're going to print another piece on top of this that is going to only be, no, that won't work. Yeah, it could. Yeah, it could. Okay. So think about it this way. We're going to print, well, that also means that this, let's see if, okay, so let's go back to here and change that to 5. Okay, now hear me out. Hear me out. We're going to print this at 5, right? Because we're going to throw on almost like a face plate that goes around that could potentially be another color. And yeah, okay, I see what's going on here. I'll model that separate and then it'll go on top of here. So this piece is done, right? So this is all we need. But we need to put on the we need to put in the I'm going to change this. We need to put in the power button. We need to put in the power button, and we need to put in the USB area. So let's do that. Cool? So I'm wondering if we should just do all this. Damn. I'm wondering if we should just do all of this in one big thing. And we can put the power button over here. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder if it would look better instead of having like a hole here and then what? Another hole here. Because like what if we want to put a different power button? What if we want to use a different power button on the front panel? You know? I mean, maybe we should put it there. Yeah, we can put the, okay, so we'll put the power button over here. Yeah, okay. I'm set. Okay, but it might fuck up everything we're doing, right? Because I'm gonna change like an earlier setting. So I need to change this, which means I need to change this, right? So if I change this to 200, right? What does that do for us? You know, right? If I hit close, now what does this look like? See? That fucked everything up. So basically, I'm gonna have to, let me see if I can, let me see what I can do. So if I hit this, I can do 220 and I can do 200, right? And then what's wrong? Oh, these guys. Okay. So now what do I need to do? I need to move this, right? So it's 210, right? Okay, cool. So we're good. Again, save that bitch. So we're basically done, right? What I decided to do is just to say maybe this should be one panel, and I don't think we're done. So I'm gonna go back here and I'm gonna increase this to 220 and maybe even 240. Don't tell me it's 250. Yeah, okay, so, okay. So we're gonna do all that again. 250 and 270 and 250, 270, so what? 260. Cool. And save it again. Cool. So this is almost cooler, right? Like I'm trying to figure out aesthetics on the fly. I need to make this thing look nice and functional. So what did I do? I created a nice big pocket, basically, and what we can do is we can mount the camera in here, and then, oh, but the USB, oh, that's cute. Okay, so the camera is going to be on the outside. So we'll just create a little hole for the USB to come through. And I think that should just be that can just be underneath it. So if it's mounted from the back, the USB is technically on the outside. So what are we going to do? Well, that's for the next piece anyway. I think we're done with this piece, right? So it's a 5 millimeter thick panel, right? Let's go over this, and then we're going to print it. So I'm going to fire up the printer, and then we'll get to start on that, and then we'll model the next piece. Basically, it's a 5 millimeter thick piece, but there's nothing else structurally going on down here. You know what we're going to do? If we have the camera and everything sitting way up here, then we don't want to create, we could create a platform up here. So what I kind of want to do is figure out, let's do a new one of these, and I'll bring you with me. Let's do mounting whole system. Like, I need to create a hole, or two holes Oh, you know what I should do? I got it. Okay. So we need to create down here, right? Down here, we need to create something that can mount anything, right? Like that's the point of modularity, is that we're going to create something down here that anything can mount onto, and then, you know, it'll be, oh, I know what we're going to do. We're going to go to here. Okay, check this guy out, right? So that's basically what we've built so far. So let's save it again, right? So this is like the panel, the front panel here. That's what we're building. I don't know if anyone's here anymore, but we're building the front panel of this guy, and that's actually where we're going to put the camera, right there. So what we need to do is down here, we need to create some holes that anything can mount to. And I think we should put it here so that if it's a table, the camera can see the objects on the table. Do you know what I'm saying? So kind of like we're going to create a sketch, right? We'll get rid of this again. So we're going to create a sketch on here, or we're going to create 4 mounting holes. So we're going to use this same kind of template, and we're going to do this again. So we're going to do something like this, where we just grab these guys, right? And then we do something like this, where we draw a fake line from the center point to center point, right? And you can always zoom in and check, which is a good idea. You know, right? Cool. So we've got that now, right? And then we need to create this guy from the center. And this is going to be not quite 250, right? Because yeah, 250. Yeah, I guess it could be 250. Or like 240. I mean, just for now. And then if it's 100, you got to think about the forces. Now, this is where structural engineering comes into play, right? You got to think about the forces that are going to be on, like, basically what I'm thinking is we'll create a shelf that can mount onto this front panel, right? And it'll come out like there. So the top of the shelf is going to be pulling from wherever we mount it, and the bottom's going to be pushing. So we're going to need to create a shelf that pops out, but it's also at an angle. We could also create a box that is on the front panel that has a lid so that it can work on stuff, but the actual lid can be opened and then you can put stuff in it. So this could be like a pocket, almost like a desk for the robot, right? So what did we do here? We did 100 and we did 240. That kind of makes sense because if you think about it, if we put the holes there, then that thing is going to be 5 millimeters on each side. I think this makes sense. So the only thing we need to do is create this distance from there to there. And what we did up top was 30, but what we need to do down here is 40. or even 35, just to make it symmetrical. So basically, it's fully constrained. I can't do anything about that. But I'm going to put holes on here that are similar to those. So what we really need to do is look at this guy, and if you notice here, we have these holes. So if I close this for a minute, then I can measure this, and this guy is going to give us 3.5, and that's the radius. So this is a 7 millimeter hole in diameter. So we'll go back into here, and we'll say these, do I want these big bolts? Yeah. Yeah. Do I want to use these bolts? Do I want to use 1/4 inch, or do I want to use 1/2 inch? Yeah, let's just use 1/4 inch. So basically we're going to go back to real holes, and I'll just do 7, 7, 7, 7. And honestly, we can keep these at 7. We can keep these at 7. Let me see something here. Because these are, yeah, these washers are 16 millimeters, right? The washers are 16 millimeters, and the actual bolt is 5 something. So that's fine. Okay, so let's move them around because they're only constrained to the line, which is nice, but we want to also have them. See how that was weird? Sometimes it doesn't know. There we go. So again, let's do 20. Oh, you know what? Yeah. Let's just do it. Let's just give it more holes. Because I don't know what we're going to attach to this yet. And so if it has more holes and we just have to cover them up, that's better than not having, that's better than not having enough and then having to either drill or, oh, man. See, now you see what I'm talking about. And then let's put one here. Oh. I got my numbers mixed. Right? 20. And I've kind of just been like, that's the whole form of like this whole robot is like we're doing rounded edges, and then we're doing holes, like 2 holes in the corner. That's basically like the whole robot's been built like that. So we just have to keep it going. But I want you to notice that this guy right here is actually in line with a potential hole here. So essentially this outer edge is going to be aligned with the outer edge here. But not really if we... Yeah, not really. So what I need to do here is bring that in, 230. And then if the top of that surface is there, I think that's perfect for a camera to be able to see whatever's going on there. But let's make it smaller, right? It's almost like, can we add a shelf that's this shape that might bolt onto this, that might be extruded out here, that if the robot is working on this surface right here as it comes out, can the camera, right? Let's just say this is the camera. Can the camera look down on that surface or look out onto that surface and see what's going on there? See that you have that you set a can, right? So if we have the thing down here, right? And the shelf is sticking out here, then if the camera's here, it'll be able to see what's on that table. So that's basically the logic. Save it. And then those are just going to be the holes that are mounting holes. So close it, pocket, right? 5, and oh, now this is a structural panel. Shucks. Okay, so now I have a problem. Because this needs to be load bearing. So I have to go all the way back here and change this to 10. And change that to 10. So I'm back to 10, which is not very thick. But you want a load-bearing wall to be at least 10 millimeters thick. There's going to be twist on here. It's going to be pulling from here and pushing on here. And if it's only 5 millimeters thick, it's going to be weird. So basically, what do we got to do? I don't like that. I don't like that look. You know what I mean? I just don't like that. So I don't know. Like, for some reason, I don't like that as a face. Because, like, what if we don't have... I'd almost rather it just have these holes here. So let's go in here. And let's get rid of these. Let's get rid of these, and then let's just see how that looks. And obviously I want those to line up. So let's just do that. So we're going to get rid of these. We're going to get rid of these. Basically, we're going to make the corners the point, right? 7, 7, 7, up. Oh. 7 and 7. What are you talking about? Oh. Yeah, get rid of all that shit. Dude, what are you doing? Wow. Cool. Okay, fully constrained. Let's try this again. Cool. Cool, okay. Fully constrained. Now, we just have to make this. Nope. I guess that's 210. Right? Lines up with that? I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. You happy with that? And then what we got to do is raise this up so that it's in line with that, right? So that's kind of like design, you know? So I'm happy with that more than I am anything else, right? And I'll show you how these are going to be covered up, and you're going to have a screw in them. So if this thing does not have a panel, it's just 4 things, but it's probably going to have a panel. So let's save it again. Cool. And that, my friends, is... What the hell is going on? Okay, cool. So we got the holes. We got a whole space here for any kind of like camera and power button and USB drive. All this stuff is going to be hidden inside of something that is 30 millimeters deep. We don't want to make it any deeper than that. The camera itself sticks out 20 millimeters, so it'll only be but the power button is going to be over here, so we do need it to be accessible, and I feel like that's good. So that's it, my friends. That is the front panel. Now, what we have to do now is go here, and as long as we have the body, right, we want to be closed out of everything and save it again. As long as we have this panel type 1, right, highlighted, we can export that. Upper walls is the file it's in. The body is panel type 1, and we'll save that, right? And then we go and we open our slicer. Let me see if you guys can still see that. Yeah. So now we're in the slicer, and we're going to go to open files, and this was called upper shelf panel type 1. And because it's clean, it actually got us the whole thing. Sometimes we need to kind of fuss around with it, but basically it wants to print it like that because that's how we modeled it. So what you're going to do is select it, rotate, right? rotate it so this is face down. So it'll snap to 90. It'll do that. And then what I always do is I always go pop, and it tries to find, like it knows gravity. So it tries to find that point. So do you remember how I said we couldn't print any details on this side because we wanted this to print completely flat? Well, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna create another lip that's gonna go around here. And this part is gonna be 10 millimeters thick. The back is, it needs to be 10, what it screws into is also needing to be 10 millimeters thick. So the bolt is 20, but if the bolt's 20, then I can't put anything on the face. So I'm gonna actually create another thing that's 10 millimeters thick that has, I'm going to create another edge after this that goes around the outside that's kind of as thick as, you know, as thick as that. Here, I guess I could show you on here. And then that part will have to be, we can make it, yeah, I guess we can make it 10 millimeters again, with a 5 millimeter depression. So this is going to be a face plate that sticks out (20 millimeters) from here. Yeah, I guess that's okay. But for now, this is it. This is the piece. So we can print this. So let's just do our final inspection. Basically, we have holes that we can use to mount the back panel on here to screw into, but that's hidden from the front. And then we have our drill through holes that are going to mount to the holes that we already have on the body of the robot. And then we have these other holes that we can use with any other bolts to mount something like a little table for testing, or like a nicer little, almost like a little pocket drawer or something, or maybe it's like a school desk that opens from the top. So I'm not sure about that yet, but it's modular, so we have to just like print a piece that will be cool with another piece. So this this piece, I definitely want this to be a strong piece. So we're gonna make this 50, and it's honestly, the fill is not really what takes a long time. So we're good with that. I think if anything, we'll be good. I think if anything, we'll be good with that. So let's slice it. So this piece takes 21 hours. So you can already see yeah. See, it's 21 hours. So I'm actually going to back that off a little bit. Let's see what 20 does. Okay. Yeah, that takes off a lot of time. So well, that's not a big difference. So 20, the difference between 20 and 10 is only a little bit of time. And we can preview it. So you can come down here and see Like, that's pretty good. We can also do this again. If I come down here and I change this to 10, slice it. There you go. And honestly, that's not bad either. You know, if you think about like, it's not holding anything, and it's actually just holding the load in this direction. So it's not like this panel is going to be twisting at all. Let me see what this is. Yeah, it's so much more solid though. See that? And it's only 2 hours, you know, in the grand scheme of things. Oh, let me see how much plastic it is. It's 433, or how much do I save? 345. So I know that's kind of stupid, but let me just see what 15% looks like. I kind of like that. Let's do that. Sorry. You know what? Let's do 10. So now we save the G code, and I have a removable disk. I'm gonna fire up the old printer. And I need to stick that back here. Removable files. Cool. Save. Right? That's not good. Let me see if I can get some audio. Cool. Audio's back. Let me see if I can get some audio. Cool. Audio's back. Oh, baby. So the bed's just heating up. This is my first live 3D print. I'm glad you guys could join me. It looks like we're going to do a space. Like, I understand that, like, crypto is fickle, but... Oh. What the fuck? I understand that crypto is, like, fickle, but at the same time, that's funny. Not a single message. Is that mic okay? Is that mic okay? Yes, it is. cohort. He's a cohort. Yo. What's up? You can speak if you want, sir. Sir? Please. Oh my god. It's crazy. I'm like, what do they do? I don't know what these people do.
What's going on in there?
I'm creeping on the residency because Finn just fucking gave them some cash. And so yeah, Finn just posted about the residency. And I mean, you know, they gave us he gave him like $1,500, so that's not that much money, but I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Someone's gonna host a bigger space about bags. So I just wrapped up 3D modeling the first panel. So I'm just printing it right now. That's what you see there. And I just wanted to see if anybody wanted to chat for like the next 10 minutes before this cooler space about the truth about bags is going to start. So there's going to be a...
No, I just saw you here, and I had never been to your spaces, so I came.
What do you do?
I do theater.
Cool. What kind?
Yeah. I have a one-man show that I'm doing right now.
Cool.
Yeah.
Performance art?
Millennial, I can't, Nico, now I remember.
Yeah.
Where I got here, yeah. Nico.
Yeah. Are you...
What do you do, Nico?
So I used to... I studied as an architect. And then I... Honestly, man, I was so disappointed in like the realities of that world that I quit when I was young, and I was like, I got to figure out something else that's like way more important than doing what I'm doing. So, I have had night jobs for like the past 12 years, just trying to figure out what I want to do, and I actually did some acting for a while. I did music for a while. I did politics for a while. I kind of lived like a really interesting life, and then. AI came around and robotics kind of took off because of that. And I just said, I can 3D model and I can design things and I can figure things out. And, if I could design buildings, I could definitely design a robot, right? And then the coding part, because of the...
Oh, absolutely. The rise of AI has really supercharged robotics.
Because of the AI coding, like helping you program, I was like, all right, I already have like the smartest thing in the world that I could hire. I just think about AI as like a team, and I have like AI that helps me draw things and work on renders, and there's AI that helps me program. There's AI that helps me shop for like electronics. It's just like it's like an advisor that just like makes me productive. So I was like, all right, I can work as hard as I want to, and now I've got this team of AI that's at my disposal. What do I want to build? And I was like, let's build a robot. So that's kind of how I got here.
Nice, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. That's very cool. So all the math classes, you said that now
Yeah,
it's back to
I-
help
I-
you out.
I took Calc 1 and I struggled, to be honest. Like, I'm not smarter. I'm a dumb person. That's what I think. Like, I'm a dumb person who's like able to figure it out. So I feel like I can inspire other dumb people to figure it out. And that's kind of my angle on life. I can understand just enough to make it work. But like, you know,
Yeah, I mean, we say in the arts world, we say we want to be the naive artist and approach everything fresh and not knowing anything.
yeah,
Yeah, cool, good for you, bud.
yeah. Where are you at? You sound like you're.
I'm at home. I'm in LA.
Oh, are you okay? So you're in the U.S. Halifax.
Yeah.
Where's that?
Halifax is northeast of Maine in Canada. Halifax is east of Canada.
Nice. Yeah, I've never been to Canada. I hear it's nice, but
Yeah, it's cold. It's nice. It's cold.
yeah,
And where are you?
I'm out in the desert. I'm in the low desert in Southern California. Um, Palm Springs is like the nearest city, but I'm not like in that part.
Oh, nice. I love the desert. That's my escape when I want to get away from everything and myself. I have a beat up minivan. I take it and I just go for a couple of days to the desert.
Yeah,
That's my heaven.
we got a lot of Canadians for sure. So
Around Palm Spring, yeah.
let me get some feedback from you. How do you think things are going, and like what kinds of things can I improve on and stuff like that? Just from like a someone who's interested in the project. I'd love to get your feedback.
I really don't see very well and know what's happening. Like, is it making bags, you said? Or the next space is about, like, what are you making here? I don't know what's going on.
I'm 3D printing.
Yeah, no, I got that part.
Yeah.
But what is it that is being printed?
Oh, I'll show you. It's going to be the panel that goes on right here.
Oh, okay.
So you see the robot?
Yeah.
All these panels need to be closed off. Right. This one's gonna have an arm, right? And this one's gonna have an arm, and this one's gonna have the camera. So I'm printing the piece. This is what I worked on all day. So basically, if you check this out, it's this guy right here. There you go.
Okay.
So that's
Yes.
so that's the front panel. It's gonna get another piece on the front, and then right there,
Yeah.
the camera goes in there. But there's another panel that I have to print on there. So there's two more pieces to like complete this. But that's
But that's very much around his eyes, or no, on his chest.
that's on the chest
Oh, okay.
because robots
Okay, yeah.
robots
Yeah,
need
it's
these.
already there.
See these types of cameras? These are 3D, or these are like depth cameras. So they actually can tell if you're walking away or if you're getting closer. They can read.
And what's the angle for the peripheral?
I'm not sure yet, but it's only sitting 10 centimeters,
Yeah.
10 millimeters back from the front. So it's basically right there. And then if
1 centimeter back.
uh,
Why is it sitting? Is
Yeah,
it
1
better
centimeter.
if it's out? Isn't it better if it's out of it so you can see more?
no, it's very expensive, and you don't want it out there because if it hits something, you're fucked.
It hits something. Yeah, I see.
So for protection,
And the sides have cameras too, or just the front?
no, the sides are gonna have arms.
Okay.
You could probably do a front and a back camera and be fine. Or down here, I could put another camera just to look at the sides. So I could have sensors, almost like the car, like the Tesla.
Yeah, that I was gonna ask. Like, beside the camera, does it have sensors too?
That's the only sensor I have. And then,
I see.
like the way to think about it, and I'm just getting to explain this now is like, this is just like a companion AI that you can talk to, and we'll dial that in and make it fun. And then this down here is where you actually run all of those like models you see, and we can even put a better computer down here. And this is where you'll say like, oh, do this task, or go find me this. So it's almost like when it's off work, it's just kind of like talking to you and having fun, and then when it's working, it uses this computer or a better computer like a NVIDIA or something like that. So anyway,
you made
everything.
everything, the AI itself too.
No, that's ChatGPT right now.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So it talks through GPT.
Until I get to the point where I need to not pay
Yeah.
Chat GTP. Like, but like right now, right now I'm only paying like 33 cents a day for Chat API.
That's great.
You know what I mean? Like
That's
it's
nothing.
yeah, but it's a
That's
prototype.
nothing.
So once we go into production, yeah, like it could be. So I think if we get like a better, like if we make it so you can put an NVIDIA like GPU in there, or a Raspberry Pi. You know what I mean? Like that's the modular open source nature of it, is that like you should be able to put whatever computer. If you want to run a local model, you run a local model. If you want to run a node off of a computer in like your warehouse, you can run it off that local. That's still local on like the local router. If you want to run something to cheap GPT and pay $5 a month or something, you can do that as well. So I think that's just about options, really. And like, I think we have to think about this as like,
That's good.
yeah, as like,
It's a great thing you put that option that everybody can decide for themselves.
yeah,
That's really smart.
with like the arms too. It can have different arms. It can have different wheel motors. It can have, hopefully, it'll have like an outdoor set of wheels, so it can be like all terrain. Like it's just getting like the modular concept out there.
This car production company, I'm trying to remember his name, they came out a few months ago.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the one that you just, like, you don't go to a mechanic, you just get the parts and change the parts, the panels on the side,
Yeah.
parts of the engine. It reminds me of that. That's very cool. That's very good.
Yeah. What's up, Revenge?
Yo, what's good?
We're just kind of. Oh, is he starting right now? Is the space started?
Yeah, I was just gonna tell you that apparently the space is just starting right now.
All right, let's jump over there. We're good.
All right, cool, guys. Yeah, thanks for hosting.
Alright, dude, let's freaking go. Can I get some hundreds in the freaking chat, dude? I need hundreds everywhere, bro. Like, I need to know that you guys are not bots, that you guys are really here and you're ready to listen. Because I got some alpha for us. I got a lot of stuff to spill. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I got a lot of stuff to spill. I'm here and I'm telling all, bro. I'm telling it all. Like, I'm not playing around anymore. Okay, I've been here for too fucking long. Been chilling for too long. It's time that I finally come out and say the truth and how I actually feel. All right? Listen, I got a lot of things to say. And I just want to say one thing that I have not seen everyone do here, which is retweet this room. So at least do that for me. Okay. Vinny, how you feeling today, bro?
I'm excited to hear this.
Good. Parker, how you feeling today?
I'm good, brother. I'm fucking amped. I've had a countdown on my phone all day for this.
All right, let's do this. Yeah, dude, I don't even know where to start, man. All I'm gonna say is, I've been really upset with bags, man. I mean, I honestly don't even know if it's worth it anymore. Okay, that's how I'm feeling right now. The way things have been going, I mean, it doesn't feel fair, bro. It doesn't feel sustainable. You hear me, Fitty?
I feel you. I mean, I've been thinking the same thing.
I don't know. Is anybody else? Can I get some hundreds in the chat, bro? Can I get some hundreds in the chat? Does anybody else feel that way? Or if you don't, put a thumbs down. I don't care. Put a thumbs down.
Leslie called me with the same thing today.
Yeah, dude. It's crazy, man. You know, I was seeing all these coins launching. You know, these fees flying around. You know, people calling me crazy for supporting this. And I started to wonder if I was wrong. You know, you guys all see me. I'm just bull posting bags all day long. My entire feed. I'm going to the beach and filming content. Like, that's how bullish I was on bags. You know, and all it was, I started to wonder if I was wrong. You know, a lot of people are here and they wanted to hear me say all these things. And you know, I even thought about walking away because you know I didn't want to waste my time on something that's just. I don't want to waste my time, bro. I'm not here to waste my time. I'm here to build and grow and build community. I think we're all here for that, right? Man. But then it hit me. Okay, I took a lot of time. You know, I tweeted this thing. I was like, this could be my last post, whatever. And I was like, I was sitting on my thoughts, sitting on my hands, thinking. And it hit me, man. And I was like, you know what? Bags is the only launch pad that actually gives the creators the fees. It's the only fucking launch pad that gives the creators the fees and guarantees them receiving them. Instead of draining it. Instead of draining this fucking ecosystem, they're here to bring everybody together. It's the only place where creators, traders, communities, all of us can actually win together. This is the only fucking platform and launchpad that encourages a wag me spirit. So nah, I'm not walking away. I've decided I'm gonna double down. Because I sat there and I thought about it for hours and I was like, you know what? This isn't just another fucking launchpad, bro. This is Creator Capital Markets Live. I have not seen anything like it. I am done. I am done investing into creators that have never been a creator before. I'm done. I'm done with everybody launching a fucking token on Pump Fun and saying, oh, I'm a creator now, just to rug me. I bought in like 10 fucking creator coins on Pump Fun and I've gotten rugged on every single one because they sit there and the second they turn that camera off, it's over. They're not here to be a creator. They're here to fucking make money, which a lot of us are. But imagine you can go to a place where these things come together and you can win and the creator can win. I sat there and I thought and I thought and I thought. So if you thought I was upset with bags, you're wrong, okay? I'm upset with every other launch pad that doesn't give us this opportunity. We're not early traders anymore. We're early in a whole new freaking market. And I truly do believe, I believe that creator capital markets are happening right now. Like, that's the next big thing. I do believe that. But I will say, I think that starts with bags. And that's just my own personal opinion. I am more than happy to go fucking back and forth about this because it's just been something that's been eating me alive. All of the hate and FUD is just ridiculous. The amount of time that you guys have on your hands to sit there and FUD somebody else's bags just doesn't make any sense. And I'm sorry. If I'm hurting anyone's feelings and you wake up in the morning, you're like, dude, I just want to FUD this launch pad today. Get a life, bro. Get a life.
Launchpad wars are frankly fucking stupid.
Get a life, all right? It's time we come together and we foster a WAGMI environment. I don't get it. Why can we not have PVEs anymore? I'm over it, bro. I don't give a fuck what the last 4 letters are of the CA. I don't. But I do think that if creators are going to come into this space, stop extracting, stop launching coins, just thinking you're going to fucking take my money by throwing up a live stream for a few minutes. I'm done. I'm not buying them anymore. Become a creator first, then launch a coin. That's my whole thing here. I appreciate you guys tuning in. The space isn't over. No, I'm just kidding. It's not over. But I do want to talk about this. I think there's a huge conversation to be had around this whole thing.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, man. I think it's, I mean, I got shilled a few tokens today by a few people that told me, hey, I turned on the camera and I had an idea and, you know, I come from an area that wasn't good and, you know, I was that, I was this, and everybody thinks their story is interesting, but it's not. If you don't have a community and if you don't have stuff going on and if you don't have an audience and you're just relying on just the Twitter space to pump you and to pump that fun, to just go there, it's not going to really work out. Like, honestly, it really doesn't. I mean, I've seen several tickers today go from like 30, 40, 50, 80,000 back down to 20 as soon as the camera's off. And it's kind of annoying. It's kind of annoying. And I'll be honest with you, you're a better man than me because I am not even putting my money into that shit. Unless there's a meme and a community, I am not investing into individual people. There's millions of people on here. We have hundreds and thousands of people in spaces. If I'm going to buy everybody's token, I'll go broke by fucking Friday. You cannot do that. So I'm just listening to you and paying attention. However, I do have to say, I do not like the 4 tickers of bags, of pump, on bonk, on these contracts, period. I want to see a contract. I want to see everybody support it, period. I don't want to just see, you know, somebody from bonk not support this or somebody from pump not support that. I don't know what the solution is, but there are problems with that. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, we basically...
Yeah, 100%. I don't really necessarily agree with the launchpad wars. I do think, like, you buy what you think is good for you. You buy what makes sense for you, and you invest into a project. I am a creator, so I like to invest into creators. And then I realized when I started investing in all these pump fund streamers that they're not creators, bro. They're not. They're here to extract. And it's gotten so bold that people don't even care that their face is behind it. Like, they actually do not care anymore, and it's driving me insane. But I will say the difference is, and anybody we can talk about this. I do want to talk about this. I want to talk to everybody about this because I want to get everyone's take. But it's not just creators, bro. Like, you're not, if say a business wants to get onboarded into crypto and they want to launch a coin and tie it to their business, you're not going to see them go on a pump fund live stream and stream their business. Like, it's just not going to happen. Right? So how do they raise fees and deploy a token easily by the click of a button and actually earn what they deserve without the chart going up and you losing opportunity on fees? In my opinion, that's facts. And that's just me. And that's why I'm bullish on this. I've been in this space for a long time. I've seen it all. I've seen bro, I saw when Pump Fund came out, everyone flooded it. It was like the worst thing ever. People were like, why is everybody able to be a dev? Like, this doesn't make sense. You You're telling me there's no roadmaps? You're telling me that there's no white paper and I'm gonna buy this? No way. That's what everyone's thoughts were when Pump Fund came out. People were actually paid. I can't tell you who. There's definitely people that are out there to flood Pump Fund, I'm sure, when it first came out. And guess what? I'm sure it's happening now with these other launch pads. It's not just bags. I mean, I'm sure Parker can talk about bunt. You know, we could talk about bonk. We could talk about all these launch pads. I think there's room for everybody. But it's like, who's going to onboard the most amount of people in the healthiest and safest way? And who's going to prevent us from rotating the money that we're all investing? We all invest in the same tokens, and it just rotates. It's rotation economy. That's how I feel right now. I feel like one time, one coin, you're taking my money. The next coin, I'm taking yours. There's no new liquidity. There's no new traders. And I think the only way to do that is to onboard these creators and these, entrepreneurs or these startups, these organizations, developers, all of these different people outside of Web3 and bring them into here. Because everyone needs to understand we're extremely powerful when we're all together. Extremely powerful. But we're so powerful that we damage each other when we start PvPing each other on these things. And that's just kind of how I feel right now. And I'm seeing a lot of hundreds, and I hope you guys agree with me. And if anybody doesn't, come up here and let's talk about it. Because I actually want to hear everyone's perspective. But people are flooding bags for innovation and bringing change into the ecosystem. And I just don't get why we do that, bro. We're all here for innovation. We all feel like we're early. Stop flooding people. Just fucking work for your bags. And let's all get rich together. Let's bring on as many people as we can. And that's why I'm here today, and I want to talk to other people about this. I know some other people want to talk about their coins. You're more than welcome to come up. I want to hear from you guys. If you guys want to chill, this is still a chill and chill. But that's something that's been on my mind, and I'm sorry for the rant. But that's just what's going on. Fiddy, you got anything? He's gathering his thoughts, and that's okay. I'm gonna unmute people. We'll start with Kurt. How you feeling, Kurt?
I'm doing good. I just had a long fucking day. Stuff I can't talk about. But, yeah, no, you're completely fucking right. The CA doesn't matter. And Bags is a platform. Bags is a good fucking platform. The only thing that people fudded about primarily is because people just don't like Finn. And I think that's a fucking stupid thing to focus on. Who gives a fuck who created a run that runs the platform? It's a good platform. Just stop fucking focusing on the guy in charge because he's got good tech. Just because I don't like Finn, so I'm not gonna buy a bag CA. Go fuck yourself. What the fuck are you what kind of fucking retarded mentality is? Is everybody here to make money or aren't you? What the fuck is wrong with you? What is this tribalistic bullshit? Frankly, respectfully.
Yeah, I don't get it, bro. I don't get it. And I know other people have other perspectives. And I do want to hear from somebody specifically because this person has lost their point on bags.
I have my own issues, with Finn, and I've been pretty open with him. He's very, very horrible at communicating. Trying to actually get in contact with the fucking, trying to get anything done. He responded to my DMs for the first time since August 22nd. He sent me a DM this morning.
Dude, I don't know how deep your problem is, but we're supposed to go to the Tesla Cafe, and he hasn't reached back to me, and I'm really upset. So I'm gonna get a burger and fries with him.
Yeah, I gotta have some serious fucking talks with the man. I gotta fucking work some shit out with him. He's gotta get his shit together, and so that we can actually fucking push his platform the way that he needs it to be pushed. Come on, man, get your shit together.
For sure, he's definitely a popular guy. He's definitely a popular guy. Even me, me being the guy who fucking sits here and bull posts all day. It's hard for me to get a response. But I will say, if I went and tried to, message Elon or Tom or all these other guys from these other launch pads, there's a 0% chance that maybe a 0.1% chance, maybe the exact amount of fees that they give you is the chance that I'll get.
Hold on one second. Let me just say this.
I feel. Leslie, how you feeling today?
It's Monday, I'm feeling great, and then I come on to X and I'm like, what the F is happening? What's going on? It's a shit show sometimes, you know?
Can you tell fucking David to put me in his private group so I can show this one token that we're all gonna make it?
Oh, goodness gracious.
Exactly.
I mean, if you buy anonymous coin, we are all gonna make it. There's my soft shell.
That's good. That's good. I want to hear from one person. Like,
Congrats on being up like 50% today on anonymous, by the way.
Oh yeah, no, we.
oh yeah, that's actually
Yeah.
Yeah, Preston, you were saying something too, you know, about popularity and all that stuff. And you're popular until you're popular no more. Because at one point or another, people are going to point to start getting very frustrated. It's like right now, it's fresh, it's new, it's shiny. And at one point or another, if the communication is not there, or if people truly want to support the platforms and help build and expand, and there's no response, then what the fudge?
Alan, mute your freaking mic, dude.
Oh no, that's
Is that AI? Am I being trolled? But anywho, you know, and eventually people get fed up, and then it dies down, and at that point, it is going to be the founder's fault and responsibility. And granted, as a founder, you're probably very busy. You can't get back to everything or everyone, but you know, at least acknowledge your high performers. When you don't acknowledge your high performers, they leave for other people that acknowledge their high performers. Anywho, I don't even know what the hell I just said. Happy Monday, everyone.
How's the border today?
It was good. I actually went outside and filmed, and I got eaten by mosquitoes. I was looking for the next mean token, and I found them. It's mosquitoes, but I do have a question for you guys. If everybody has different blood type, does that mean that we all taste different or sweeter to mosquitoes?
Yes. If you get bit by mosquitoes, you're like really a sweet person, or you're just not launching on the right platform.
I got attacked. Let me tell you, I got slaughtered by mosquitoes today. They just ate me up.
Were you in Mexico?
No, I was very, very close to the border, like walking distance.
So I don't ever get attacked by mosquitoes, but when I was in Cancun, I mean, they freaking things are the size of boats biting you over there. So they're special over there.
So I guess that's the next sticker, mosquitoes. I'm kidding, guys. I am joking.
No, it's actually blood types. It's gonna be blood types.
I mean, you know what? In different countries, you can get attacked by different mosquitoes. You don't get bit. Do they bite your ankles? That's the thing.
Everything. My ankles, my neck,
Will you send me pics?
my ass, like everything.
Just your ankles for now. Let's start with ankles.
He's trying to see if I have cankles. I do not have cankles.
I didn't say that.
I just let somebody up that has a private account. See how that goes.
Where is he? Or Riri?
Riri, yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
What's up, Riri?
I just think that the main thing that was really great about at the start was it identified a niche in the market that everyone else wasn't doing, where creators could actually make money on their work and without having to bundle and like completely destroy the chart, which is like really cool. Like when was it Nyan Cat or something? They claimed the fees on that coin and it just went from like 300k to like 20 million in like a couple hours. That was insane. That was the biggest runner we've had in like fucking ages, because it was everyone was piling on. And what was great with Finn was he's the face of the whole thing, and CT is so dark in that they need to be spoon-fed narratives. If someone doesn't tweet something, it doesn't move. I've seen this time and time again. There are so many coins I've been in where a guy in Discord will say, yes, it's my coin, it will be dead, he will tweet it, and then it will just fucking move. So I think Finn's main thing is he just needs to I get that he's busy. He's one man. He's managing a platform that's like making millions every week. But he just needs to somehow hire like a social media team or something, or someone. There must be money for it. He just fucking spent like $1 million on Mr. Beast, well, on Team Water. So there's definitely something for it. And I feel like after the whole Team Water stuff, he just got so, I don't know, like shy around the public or something, because he just started tweeting less, going out more. And I get that. I mean, if I was in his position, I would have freaked out completely. So that's terrifying to me from those people. And then being told you can't mention this, can't mention that, it kind of like screws you off your game. So completely. I've always said Finn is someone who I've got respect for. He's a good guy. He does more for the platform for coins than any other founder. Like Alon, the Bomb guys. He does. I mean, that's my opinion.
I mean, he hasn't really done anything for me, but that's a whole other.
Yeah. No, sorry. Yeah. No, that's my bad. It's just my experience, at least, is that he's had really bad luck. I wouldn't say bad luck, just bad decision making in the stuff that he does choose to support. For example, like Hololux. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but like Hololux, you can go pick it up. It's like a doctor, an actual fucking scientist who brings in like 200 people every day in his spaces from the science community, trying to like fund this 3D visual stuff. And it was the most painful thing. And while we were trying to get his attention on that, it went from like 200k to 800k. He was talking about buying a fucking Pikachu card. Sorry, swearing. But like, it's just.
Riri, if I could interject for a second. See, I think the reason that things are going the way that they are going within the industry, not just within the separate platforms, ecosystems, is because we've become spoiled to the fact that we need interactions with these guys that are running these platforms. It used to be, well, if you like the coin, if you like the narrative, a group would rally around that, and then that would be enough to generate consensus around that coin. But I'll be honest with you, it's hard to. I'm not gonna blame the founders. It's just really hard to compete with 30,000 deployments daily. No matter which platform you're on, if you have a good community, a good meme, if there's 30,000 tokens being pushed out daily, and you got 15, 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds streaming and doing this, and there's so many accounts messing up the algorithm. Everybody's confused on what to do. So I mean, when you do buy that token and you think it's good for a day, there's 20,000 other ones that's coming out tomorrow morning that they think are going to get them that 100x. So it's become a redundant thing that, oh, I need an interaction from Soul Tom, I need an interaction from Finn, I need an interaction from whoever, whatever it is, rather than just building around the meme itself. I don't really know where we go from here, honestly.
I completely agree with you. Two things I'll say, and then you guys can like move on. Is that the issue right now with the trenches, with whatever you want to call this space, is a lack of liquidity. So people are scared to deploy their money because they see that stuff isn't moving like it used to before. So they want to be spoon-fed a narrative. They want someone like the key man. So they want Finn, Alon, someone to say this is a coin, because then they just assume that it's going to be climbed up. Most things that people think get climbed up probably never get climbed up. It's just they all fool themselves into thinking it. So it just they bid, and then it just magically goes higher. So I 100% accept you're right. Trenches means it should be a community thing. It shouldn't just be Finn tweeted this, now it's gonna go. The problem is that Bags at this point has created this precedence where if something is to run, then he needs to sort of give it his blessing. And that's also a real problem when coins require him to claim a fee. For example, this tragedy with like that Ukrainian girl who got killed. I don't know if you guys saw that. Irina, I think her name was, in America. That coin went to like $10 million on pump. There's a dev on that who said that he was going to donate the fees. He made like afraid of the controversy. Isn't that just logical? Okay, you guys can go ahead.
Yeah, I have a take on this, and I'm curious to see what your guys' thoughts are on it. I've tweeted it before, but I do want to hear from Scumbag Steve. This guy has obviously something to say, and I want to give him the opportunity to say something. So what's up, dude? He's probably still crashing out and has no clue that his mic is muted.
Oh, I do.
Okay. What's up, dude?
Well, the fucked up thing is, like, I reached out to Finbags personally, and I'm Scumbag Steve, Finbags, and he never fucking responded to me up until, like, 2 days ago. And I was talking to him, I was fucking tweeting him jokes. No, fuck that, pump fun, bro.
Why?
Okay, real talk, did Elon reach back out to you when you tweeted at him?
Yep.
Oh, goddamn, okay.
What is
Okay,
it?
okay.
He wants to stream with me, he wants to pump my coin.
Alright,
Yeah.
you heard the man. Fucking Elon is about to ride Scumbag Steve's big old dick. Let's see how this goes.
Fucking go, we're streaming NHL, we're streaming Rust, we're streaming Ready or Not. Let's fucking go.
See, cancel your fucking NFL hockey ticks, guys. You're gonna get it free and live on Pump Fun. Piracy is rich in these day and ages. Let's fucking go.
Wait, hey, Steve, really quick. So you had a coin on bags. What happened?
Finbags didn't pump it. I reached out to him, fucking direct message, I tweeted him, everything. Didn't fucking respond. Fuck Finbags.
Okay. All right. On that note, I have a lot to say about that. Does anybody else want to say comment on that or?
Yeah. This is the problem with all these fucking launch pads. People launch and the KOLs are now the founders of these platforms, and that's not how it's supposed to be. You know what I mean? Like, it's like me screaming at Vitalik, God damn it, you didn't show my NFT collection. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, you wouldn't be the first to do that.
I mean, I know, but that's not how it is. Like, first we like to be decentralized, then we like to shit all over KOLs. Now the founders of all these launch pads are the bad guys. You get what I'm saying? And when they don't show you out, when they don't call you out, you can have out all the KOLs in the world, and it feels like your platform's not supporting you. And I understand what you're saying. I get it. Makes sense. I don't have a solution. Maybe Walt does.
It's going to be another problem because more and more content creator will continue to join the space. The thing is,
we're getting incentives and fees because at first we're like, oh, where's this going? You know, we want, 1% in, 1% out, or, back then it was 7 or 10%, but we didn't really know where that was going. So I think in a sense, if we just really understand it, we're figuring it out, and I'm bullish on, what Bags is doing, man, and what you guys are accomplishing. I mean, the first 100 top launch pads are going to be successful, but it's going to take time, and it's not, versus I'm going to start Launchpad, I'm going to start on a new Launchpad, and boom, I'm going to go to 20 million. It's not going to work like that. But, like anything, it's kind of their new way of getting in. But it's also the culture of us teaching them, hey, like, we're like, bro, we're going to start this token. Like, hey, it ain't going to work out like that. You got to have your ducks in a row, and first you need to learn about this before you just start going, right? You're not gonna just start, I don't know how to swim, but I'm gonna jump in 100-foot fucking water and I'm gonna figure it out. Nah, you gotta start off at 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot. But just wanted my 2 cents on everything, covering that's my job, is to cover projects from the beginning and the early. And but definitely I've seen it where it always takes community and you need to build it. And I've seen it over and over again. It truly is all about community, as cliche as it sounds.
No, it's not cliche at all. I mean, for the bigger projects, it's all about who's keeping the floor. It's the community. So, I mean, yeah, I get it.
So how about this guy coming in here at a 5K market cap saying, the Dev Pump or Bags App didn't, show my project. It's fucking 5K, man. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
That's still bullish on Bags App. Like, I'm just
dude.
a big fan of the platform, personally.
I want to see the smart contract get upgraded so that there can be like an opportunity
For like some type of, like you said, like the KYD or some bullshit. That would be cool, I would think. That's the only thing I'm aloof on, and only from a technical standpoint. But I imagine that was kind of like the way of him ensuring that he's getting back if people were to do some bullshit, so it wasn't at least going to some runners, which I respect. My also big thing is like, dude, it hurts me inside to even see that thing with Scumbag. I saw when he first came onto X, like this was like 2 or 3 months ago, when like I guess the first one was happening, and I was like, this is so bullish.
first one happened a year and a half ago. He's been here for a long time, bro.
Shut up, really?
Yeah, he's been here for a long time. I bought it. I bought the coin about a year and a half ago.
Which coin?
Talk about Scumbag.
Actually, no, it wasn't a year and a half ago. Whenever Pump first came out, they launched the coin, they gave him supply, and he dumped it. I mean, that's just what happened.
What the fuck, dude? This guy is like no different than fucking like Sahil at this point. Like,
There's like 3 coins, bro, and I'm not trying to flood it. I do want him to win. There's a coin on Bags right now that he was pushing, and he failed to push it. Like, and at the end of the day, it comes down to the community. You can't go to the founder who has over 3,000 coins that have fees going to him to expect him to go out and tweet about your 5K coin. Like, it's just not gonna happen. Even 20K. Maybe if you got over like 50 mil, then they could start inching at it and talking about it. But at the end of the day, like, bro, they're just the vehicle. You gotta drive the fucking vehicle. You gotta drive the vehicle.
I would honestly say, even in that sense, like maybe if Scumbag like signs over the IP to like fucking Elon, I could see him taking it just on like a gamble, because that seems to be like the new meta, right? Like people are getting the IPs of these memes, and like that's making a community. Oh, dude, that's what we should fucking do. Get him to sign and say IP over. Oh man, I just had a good idea.
That
Okay.
is not a bad idea at all.
What the fuck? All right, I want 25%. Whoever gets it off first.
His IP may be worth more than his meme and everything else.
His IP is worth more than all of the things that he's done. Let's be honest here.
It's like he's tried singing, he's tried screaming, but the hat and that image. I mean, I think they did a record label, record album with this image on it. So his IP is really where it's at. I think you just said something really smart, man.
Yup. I think we're on to something here. Okay, Fiddy, I'm hitting you in the back channel.
Okay.
We're doing this.
I'm just afraid to respond to you because you're not a blue check mark.
Yeah, that's okay.
It's gonna go in the other request.
He's safe. He's safe, 50. He's safe.
No, I know. Just fucking.
Every DM is actually a trainer, bro.
I've known Crad since the NFT days. Crad's a legend. MG, I want to hear from MG. He's been listening and he's been trying to come up.
Hi guys, good morning.
What's up, dog?
I'm good. All good. We are pushing DGN a little bit
What's your take on the whole launchpad stuff? What's your take on bags, MG?
First of all, I like bags, but their problem is that they are 1.4 billion cash right now on pump. So this is a big issue nowadays because cash is king in every business, and especially in a launch pad for Solana business. So that's my first view. But the tech on bags, in my opinion, is better than on pump. So the whole structure in back is better than on pump. And they are also more, how can I say, strategic, because in my opinion, on pump, they are just copy pasting IDs. And because they are the biggest, they have the most success. That's it. So yeah, that's my take of it.
Yeah, MG. Just so everyone knows in the audience, MG's like a mass. He's like the Dubai prince or some shit, bro. Like this guy's a legend in Dubai, and he's probably the most connected guy there. He understands liquidity pools. He understands blockchains. Like this guy's a freaking legend. I'm curious, like MG, like as far as like the whole royalty things go, what's your take on the pump side, and what's your take on bags? And don't be biased at all, like just full transparency.
I will be just talking about the pump side. That is very unlogical because their philosophy now everywhere is let's reward creators for pumping their token to 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. But then they launch the rewards who do the opposite. So basically, the higher you go in market cap, the less rewards you get percentage-wise. So you're supporting people to basically leave their project behind after 10 million and launch another one because their fees will be more. So this is something that I really don't understand. If they would start at the 0.95 and go up to 2%, basically at 100 million, I would understand. And then you follow your own philosophy. But now you're basically saying, listen, the less market cap you have, the more fees. So what does it mean? That creators of Torque coins will farm even more to stay in this range of 300 to 600,000 or 2. You understand? So I don't get the philosophy of fees going down when your market cap going higher. When people tell me, yeah, but the volume goes higher when the market cap goes higher. Okay, the creator worked for this. You understand? He brought this community. He brought these bots. He brought everything. So he deserves to have more money when it goes higher, when there's more volume. You cannot just cut his percentage in almost 30%, like minus 70%, just because he's successful.
Yeah, for sure. And here's the thing, and I actually understand why Pump did it. I do. I truly do. And I also understand why Gainsey decided, to have a finger snip. I do. Because when the coin has a lower market cap, there's a higher fees, right? And so what it does is it incentivizes people to keep launching. If you pay somebody the same amount of fees over, throughout the entire, whatever the market cap gets to, it doesn't incentivize them, to keep launching. But as far as like how Pump's doing it, incentivizes them to keep launching and to create more PvP, so that at the end of the day, Pump is gonna win. Like it's like the casino, like they're earning fees at the end of the day.
This is the problem. They have to step away from this because they are already rich. You understand? They don't have to make money anymore. Now it's time for them to put the creators and the community.
Yeah, but here's the problem. OpenSea stepped away, and then people are unhappy that they stepped away. You get what I'm saying? At least they're here, and they're still supporting. So that's kind of bullish.
Yeah, I'm. How can I say? I'm creating. I'm meeting the guys from Pump anyhow end of the month here in Dubai in September. Yeah, I have already a few plays for them that they can play easily. So I will keep you posted on this because strategically
and like Walter can back me up on this. I literally took a project on Solana to 144 million market cap, and I shit you not, man, my wallet, I only sold one soul at a time, and it was every 5 to 25 minutes at most, and I had over, I think it was like a $700,000 bag, and I never got out. Like, I think I maybe got like 20K out of it slowly, but it took me like fucking a week or something, and I'm like, that's the way it should be. Like, if you're smart, like, that's how it goes. But, you know, to your point, somebody quote-unquote fat-fingered it, you know, fucking always some dumbass or whatever. But, you know, this is the other part that drives me nuts about this ecosystem.
There is a sociopathic drive. I mean, like literally everybody. I've seen it. Everybody in the space has had those inclinations at least once that they've vocalized that they're like, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna fucking full stack Hitler into the top. I'm gonna start my villain arc. Like everybody wants to be that guy once, just because it is low key. It is kind of funny in the right context. It can be quite funny.
I will say I've never had this inclination. Like, I've literally had a person send me $50,000 in BNB by accident because he paid me, like, you know, a couple grand for a service that I was setting him up for, and he sent me 50 racks afterwards by accident. He messaged me back, and I literally send him back. Like, it's still on my TG stories. Like, I just don't get the concept. Because
that's you know, somebody accidentally, you know, somebody sent you money and you send it back. That's not the same as like, oh, I can fucking one clip, I can full stack Hitler this chart.
how he golfed, he might as well have had one arm. I mean, look at the picture though, dude. That sleeve looks super flat.
Yeah,
like,
who's the guy sitting across from you,
Bro, stop cooking my homie, dude.
Tim's lying. That's not his golf buddy. Tim B went to a fucking prosthetics convention. That's
I want to know who that is.
Dude.
It's
Tim
not
B.
Tim.
Yeah, that's one of my patients.
No, who's that guy? He looks like he weighs like 60 pounds less than his girl sitting next to him.
Dude, how do you golf again? Did you bet against a guy with one arm?
I was out of line for saying that. Y'all can all
Yeah, he gave me odds.
Fucking Happy Gilmore over here. Holy shit.
Walker S2, the world's first humanoid that can swap its own batteries in under 3 minutes without human help. At 5'9" or 176 centimeters tall, it walks at 6-something feet or 2 meters per second, lifts up to 33 pounds or 15 kilos per arm, squats and twists its torso nearly 180 degrees. These here hands are built for industrial work, with a powerful intellect powered by the BrainNet 2.0 AI and co-agent system for solo or team operations. Next up is Cruiser S2, a versatile wheeled service bot that easily navigates through guiding guests, delivering meds, sorting goods, or assembling products with movement precision down to a fraction of an inch or 1 millimeter. They also show the older Walker S1 model, already in use at numerous car factories in China. It stood beside the Walker Tiancong, a model for education and research. On top of that, UBTech showcased their latest 5th-gen robotic arm with 19 degrees of freedom, tactile sensors, stereo vision, and up to a 20-Newton grip. But their most jaw-dropping demo had nothing to do with robots. UBTech's Swarm Intelligence took all the spotlight. It was basically an orchestra of robots that walked out on stage, autonomously coordinated, and shared tasks. If you guys know of anything similar, shoot us an email or let us know in the comments. Remember the legendary T-800 from Terminator? Well, it's here. At WRC 25, Engine AI showed off their take on the iconic robot with the same code name, T-800. Standing at 6'1" or 185 centimeters tall, this cutie patootie weighs 187 pounds or 85 kilos and has 41 moving joints, an aluminum alloy exoskeleton, and high-capacity solid-state batteries. The T-800 is built for heavy, dirty, and dangerous jobs, and according to the devs, it's got the stamina Arnie could only dream of, which is, obviously up for debate since Iron Arnold didn't get that name for nothing. The machine, and this is not a reference to Bert Kreischer, sees, hears, and analyzes the world through a set of sensors and makes decisions in real time. The company promises to launch it on December 24th at the Mecha King Tournament from Engine AI, a sports event that is vying for more glory than Unitree's boxing matches. Also at Engine AI's booth, we got the PM01 humanoid robot for you, which has been patrolling Shenzhen in police uniform for quite some time now. Developers claim improved agility, accuracy, better navigation in complex environments, but way smoother. This is a gynoid, a female android from Shanghai Qingbao Engine Robot. Its realistic and futuristic design really turned heads at the conference this year. The company, only 3 years old, claims to specialize in key technologies such as cloud-based brains, servo drives, motion control, autonomous navigation systems, facial and micro-expression recognition, as well as communication powered by large language models. Qingbao robots are already actively used in airports, shopping malls, universities, hospitals, and hotels. Perhaps the most fascinating industry where Qingbao has succeeded is live streaming product sales, something that is incredibly popular in China today. Kind of like Shopping Channel, but with a robot and online. In fact, digital personas and robots often outsell human presenters. But wait, there's more. Some of the company's robots are actually being used as monks in temples in India, tirelessly delivering sermons. What's next? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Back to our favorite city. From Shenzhen, Pack City brought its flagship humanoid Toro 1, promoted as the first machine that can actually feel the world. Its palms are packed with nearly 2,000 tactile sensors that detect pressure, texture, resistance, even the weight of a few grains of rice. That's why Toro 1 can pick strawberries without crushing them, neatly fold clothes, and work with surgical precision. It comes equipped with LiDAR and a SLAM navigation system. Onboard software integrates autonomous navigation, AI motion control, visual tactile perception, and voice interaction, all running fully on the robot itself. No operator required. In just 3 years, Pack City has raised nearly $1 billion yuan from investors like JD.com and BYD, turning science and touch into a new standard for robotics. This year's WRC saw Hexagon Robotics debut Eon, a new industrial robot with AI and precision sensors built for real-world factory and warehouse work. It can scan objects and handle parts. Aeon's training took just 3 weeks in NVIDIA Omniverse and Isaac, as opposed to the typical half a year. The robot is already inspecting car parts, building digital twins of production lines, and solving other industrial automation tasks.
We're here from Switzerland. It's the first time we showed a robot in China. Its name is Eon. We recently showed it to the world a couple months ago in Las Vegas for the first time. And it's a humanoid robot that is intended for industrial applications. We target a variety of tasks. What we're showing here is the scanning of a car door for quality assessment. We can also do pick-and-place tasks. We can do inspection of assets. And we can do other operations where humans are normally used.
What are the features of this robot?
The main things is our sensor array. So we have a lot of sensors in the robot. We come from Hexagon, which is a company that is known worldwide for its measurement capabilities. And we have a lot of those capabilities embedded into the robot.
How long the robot can run?
It has 2 batteries that can run between 3 or 4 hours, but you can hot swap them, or the robot itself will eventually be able to change them.
How long did you develop this robot?
We started development about 2 to 3 years ago, and now what you see here is our latest prototype that will be commercially available in the next couple of years.
What is the key market for you to sell this robot? What the industry and countries where you plan to sell it?
So it's an industrial robot, so we're targeting different industries like automotive, aerospace, manufacturing. We will start in Europe, and then we will expand to the US and Asia.
Unitree Robotics brought some exciting new releases to the show. The humanoid robot R1, which you can customize with your favorite colors, and the industrial quadrupeds A2, capable of maintaining incredible balance and coordination even on steep, rocky slopes. But the hottest moment from Unitree was a real boxing match between their G1 humanoids. Beyond the pure spectacle, it was the ultimate showcase of precise coordination and lightning-fast joint reactions. For Beijing, this wasn't just a one-off stunt. Unitree has been fine-tuning the format for half a year, from the spring Unitree Combat Competition live stream to summer appearances at major forums, where the G1 was already boxing in front of live audiences. Earlier demos made it absolutely clear where this was heading. The company officially launched the G1 Boxing Iron Fist King project, promising offline matches and live broadcasts. In other words, for Unitree, this is no longer just a social media gimmick. It's becoming an ongoing series of exhibition fights that push the limits of a humanoid's reliability and stability under pressure, right on the edge between sports and engineering. Oh, and at some matches, visitors even got the chance to control the robots themselves. How much would you pay to be a robot boxing coach? Just like in real steel? Let us know in the comments. Actually, this year, WRC became a sports arena for robots, hosting the Robo League Soccer, or football, finals. The twist comes in the form of something fans have been asking for a long time. No human operators. That's right, the robots played fully autonomously in a 3-on-3 format. In the finals, THU Robotics from Tsinghua beat Mountain Sea from China Agricultural University 5-3. All the quote-unquote players were built by Booster Robotics, but it was the teams that developed their own software. Booster's founder, Cheng Hao, said the robots played like 6-year-old kids, and that seems about right. In a fun stunt that the organizers put together after the finals, a robot striker beat a real 5-year-old goalie with the same score, 5-3. And Astribot unveiled its humanoid S1, marketed as one of the fastest and most precise robots around. Its arms move at speeds of up to 32 feet or 10 meters per second, lift 22 pounds or 10 kilos each, and operate with a fraction of an inch or sub-millimeter accuracy. Videos from the company show S1 frying waffles, folding laundry, practicing calligraphy, playing instruments, even doing kung fu, all autonomously and no operator required. The robot is built on a design for AI approach, where hardware and intelligence are developed together so it can handle everyday tools and tasks at home or in industry. Astribot plans to mass produce S1s as a true all-purpose assistant. No official price as of yet, but estimates say $100,000 to $150,000. Unless mass production slashes costs, it may be a while before robots like this enter everyday households. Galbot from Galaxy General Robotics, on the other hand, is a completely different animal. It's a humble worker bot aimed at retail. Together with Galaxy's Robot Kiosk, which is an autonomous vending capsule with a complete mini logistics system inside, GalBot makes things happen. It takes orders, finds the product, picks them up, and hands them to the customers without any human involvement. Founded just 2 years ago, Galaxy already raised over $1/3 billion. Their flagship GalBot G1 is a wheeled humanoid with arms designed to handle fragile and non-standard issue items. Using the GRASP VLA system, which combines vision, language, and action protocols, the G1 quickly adapts to new tasks without practice. Since training is mostly done in simulation, using synthetic and simulated data, it speeds up development and scaling. The tech is already deployed in at least 10 Beijing pharmacies where GalBot sorts and hands out medicines, and by year's end, Galaxy aims for 100 locations across China. And Liju Robotics, founded in 2016 with backing from Tencent, has already shipped over 100 full-sized humanoids and moved into mass production. Their flagship robot, Wafu, stands at 5'5" or 166 centimeters tall and runs on the Open Harmony operating system. It can jump, walk on sand and grass at speeds of up to 2.7 miles or 4.7 kilometers an hour, and is packed with high-torque servos and interfaces for AI modules. What's more is that Liju is already collaborating with Fa Hongkai, Neo, and Haier. Reports say Guafu robots are being tested in manufacturing and service environments, and not just there. Can't skip Lynx Dynamics, can we now? One of the most exciting startups at WRC this year. Their bipedal robots are some of the most kicked around bots at the show. So much so that some of the words on the street have Lynx engineers blasting I Can't Dance by Genesis at the office 24/7. Onto the sexy Tron 1, equally stable on wheels, flat feet, or spherical supports. In one wild test, they put it on the back of a moving truck just to see if it could stay on its feet, and it did. There's also a version with a manipulator arm mounted on top, making the robot surprisingly functional. It's still stable, still climbs stairs in rough terrain, but now it can actually do things with its robotic arm. The startup is also working on Ollie, a full humanoid about 5'5" or 165 centimeters tall with 31 degrees of freedom, available in research and educational versions. Lynx is getting big on embodied AI, intelligence inside a machine's body, learning both in simulation and real world. And if you didn't know yet, we'll tell you, a lot of buzz went into AI Squared Robotics, founded just 2 years ago by AI veteran Guo Yandong, formerly with Xpeng Motors and Oppo. The startup has already become a major player.
people that vaccinated with at least one dose, their chances of getting colorectal cancer, the hazard ratio was 1.34. In other words, 34% more likely to get it. This is at a 6-month follow-up. Breast cancer, 54% more likely to get breast cancer in the vaccinated group. Bladder cancer, 62% more likely to get it than the unvaccinated group.
Come see me on tour in Appleton, Wisconsin, Rosemont, Illinois, Chicago, Illinois, Louisville, Fort Wayne, Hermosa Beach, Sacramento, San Francisco, Irvine. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets. I don't know if you can see what the headline is on this. Increased cancer after mRNA vaccines. That's the headline. Increased cancer after mRNA vaccines. Let's listen.
To this talk now, there's been concern for some time now, I'm talking to various experts, about the increased risk of cancers, probably all types of cancers, or many types of cancers, after COVID vaccines. Now, of course, we're deprived of data in the United Kingdom between the vaccinated and unvaccinated. We just can't get that information freely. But there has been a study done in Italy, and what this shows is increased incidence of cancers 6 months after COVID vaccinations. And I'm going to give you that now. Just let me give you the main figures here before we look at where we got it from. This is the rate of first hospitalisation of cancer for any site. Now, what these workers did, it was a whole confidence in Italy, nearly 300,000 people. And they followed these people up for 2.5 years. And what they found was that that whole group, the unvaccinated, 0.85% of them received a first cancer admission during that 2.5-year period. But for the vaccinated, it was 1.5. So a much higher percentage of vaccinated being admitted to hospital after 6 months during a 2.5-year follow-up, if they do.
So almost double. So that's almost, right? I'm not a math surgeon, but I'm pretty sure that's almost double. So 0.85% of the people who are unvaccinated got admitted for cancer, who were unvaccinated. The people who were vaccinated, 1.5. That's actually more than double, isn't it? Again, I'm not a math surgeon. Check my math.
See the COVID vaccine. Of course, this is real data and quite concerning. So, rate of first hospitalisation for cancer of any site, unvaccinated group, 0.85% of them were admitted with a first cancer diagnosis. Vaccinated group, a much higher 1.15% admitted. Based on a population of nearly 300,000 people, hospital admissions with a cancer diagnosis, there was 3,124 people admitted. So of this population group, nearly 300,000, this is the number that had cancer. The percentages were 0.85 for the unvaccinated and 1.15 for the vaccinated. And this result was significant, chances of that arising, even with this relatively small sample size. Only 1 chance in 1,000 that this result arose by chance. Now let's look at where we've got this from. This is from this paper here, Experimental in Clinical Sciences Journal, peer reviewed of course, made publicly available. You can download the PDF, the full paper is there. A little difficult to follow in places, but I'm going to explain it as best I can. Now here's the data that they actually came up with in this graphic, which summarises most of it. And what we actually see here, I know you can't see this, but I'm going to go through it in some detail. This is all cancers: colorectal, lung, breast, uterus.
They're trying to stop them from doing the research to find out what is causing autism, which was 1 in 10,000 when I was a kid. Now it's 1 in 31 in California. Come see me on tour in Appleton, Wisconsin, Rosemont, Illinois, Chicago, Illinois, Louisville, Fort Wayne, Hermosa Beach, Sacramento, San Francisco, Irvine. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets. This is from Reuters. Kennedy to link Tylenol use in pregnancy to autism. Who says that? A report says that. Let's listen. U.S. Health Secretary RFK plans to announce that the use of Kenvu's, KVUNE.N, opened popular over-the-counter pain medication, Tylenol, in pregnant women is potentially linked to autism. Contrary to medical guidelines that say it's safe to use, the Wall Street Journal reported Friday, citing people familiar with the matter. Kennedy, in the report, will also suggest a medicine derived from folate called fulmic acid can be used to treat symptoms of autism in some people, the Wall Street Journal reported. Shares of Kenvu fell 14% after the report. So I guess Kenvu makes Tylenol. Did you hear this, Kurt?
I remember the Tylenol thing a long time ago we talked about. In fact, I forgot about it.
Yeah, so their shares, the people who make Tylenol, their shares fell. Go back to this. Tylenol, whose active ingredient is acetaminophen, is widely used pain reliever, including by pregnant women. Kenvu said in a statement that it believes there's no causal link between the people who make it say it's good for you. The company advises expecting mothers to speak to healthcare professionals before taking over-the-counter medications, including Tylenol. Under Kennedy, the National Institutes of Health is running an autism data science initiative that aims to mine large data sets to investigate possible contributors to autism and evaluate the outcomes of existing treatment. They don't want him to do that. They don't want RFK to look into the data, the metadata, to see what is causing autism. They don't want him to do that. That's what's happening right now in your government, and that's why big pharmaceutical companies have launched a secret plan to get the people that they bought off in Congress to try to get RFK fired. That's what's happening right now.
Why wouldn't they pin it on Tylenol? I remember hearing the Tylenol thing, and I completely forgot about it. We talked about it on the show before. So if I'm in the vaccine, hey, it's not vaccine, it's Tylenol. Why wouldn't you try to do that? Or they all own the same thing?
Researchers have submitted more than 100 proposals to participate in the $50 million study, with a list of up to 25 grant winners expected to be announced by the end of September. People with knowledge of the plan. So he's doing this. So RFK is going to put $50 million, and he's going to hire several different people, 25 grant winners, to do their own studies, to go and look and see if Tylenol is causing autism in pregnant women who take Tylenol. They don't want him to do that. That's what this is. So all this stuff, when you saw Bernie Sanders screaming about RFK and Elizabeth Warren screaming at, all of them screaming at RFK because he wants to do science. That's all he wants to do. They're not arguing with his results. They're arguing with the fact that they don't want him doing research. Remember that? Don't do your own research? Well, now they don't even want the researchers to do their own research. That's what's happening.
Nothing suspicious about that, Jimmy. You sound like a conspiracy nut.
The Wall Street Journal said that a report is likely to highlight how levels of folate, an important vitamin, and Tylenol taken during pregnancy could be a potential cause of autism. What's striking to me is that this report is supposed to uncover all these new causes, and so far, all we're learning is that they're rehashing existing research. So why do you care then? Why do you care if it's already out, if the research is already out there? Why would you care? Said
brainwash everyone to think Tylenol is not poison.
Said Dr.
And then you're going to undo it.
Said Dr. David Mandel, a professor of psychiatry and autism expert at the University of Pennsylvania. Well, if you're an autism expert, what's causing it? You don't know. But you don't want people to even look into it, do you? No, he doesn't, because he's also corrupt. Dr. David Mandel, an also corrupt garbage person. We have no understanding of why there might be a biological reason that Tylenol would cause autism, and we certainly don't want to look into it. Whatever you do, don't look into it. In December of 2023, the U.S. federal judge struck down a blow to hundreds of lawsuits claiming Tylenol can cause autism if mothers take it during pregnancy, barring expert witnesses from testifying.
Well, you don't want experts involved.
You don't want experts. After the judge said they lack scientific evidence for their claims. Last August, citing that ruling, the judge dismissed all the cases in federal court. A U.S. appeals court is slated to hear arguments next month in an appeal of that ruling. So they don't want this. They don't want anybody doing research into the cause of autism. The CHD, which is the Children's Health Defense, has cited a study published in August that found evidence of an association between the use of acetaminophen, Tylenol, by pregnant women and neurodevelopment disorders such as autism in their offspring. There was a study published in August.
So like anyone that's like, oh, I see so much porn on my timeline, I'm like, well, what did you click on? Yeah, stop looking at it. Because I see none.
Yeah, so okay, so the last time Kanye got, maybe Kanye didn't, but I thought he got banned for like.
Oh, that was the only time I did see non-consensual. Like
that's true.
Wow. I was like in line at Starbucks and I opened up X and it was just filled with Kanye porn. And it was like weird porn too. Like if you got
Never have been able to imagine anything like this, and look at what you're doing now. We're here at Midlands 3D in Staffordshire and we're about to take you on a tour of Paul's facility. Now, what's different about this place? In fact, no one's here yet. They're holding an open house event. In fact, the touring cars are coming off the lorry
just arriving
as we speak. But this is 3D printing, but manufacturing. So, before we see the facility, what's happening today?
So we're opening the doors. We've just moved premises, and we're really keen to show everybody what we think good looks like. So from a manufacturing point of view, we've done MJF, we have post-processing, we have inspection, we have FDM upstairs, the largest FDM print farm, we think, in the UK. So we're super keen on it, on wanting to show what we can do and allow people to see everything while we can.
Let's go in. Right, okay, so what's really interesting and what I've really learned from just a few moments that I've been here is the infrastructure that goes behind 3D printing. You know, a lot of hobbyists do this, but this is the commercial level, isn't it? I mean, just look at this, it's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. So we've tried to do a blank sheet of paper kind of build based on what we know needs to be in place to be able to scale. You know, even the ducting, you can see there's three extra extracts here, ready for more capacity when we need it. We've done everything to spec, we've done everything to, you know, the ability to scale is super important.
So, obviously you've got the build goes in now, but this is automation now, isn't it?
It is, yes. So again, next level for us is to start making the most of what the machines can do. For years we've done just the standard, taking the build unit out, putting the build unit in. Really, for the future, what we need is a capability of the machines to be actually operate by themselves. So less manual intervention, more efficiency in the process. And we can actually do that now with the automation. It'll take the build unit out and put the next build unit in during the night. We've literally added a fourth machine's capacity just by doing that on 3 machines.
I honestly didn't realise you needed to automate 3D printing quite now. I didn't think we were quite there yet, but clearly we are.
Absolutely. I mean, we were struggling to keep up, and we were kind of left with a point of, do we spend another £500,000 on another printer, or do we start making more out of the machines that we've got? And the important thing was, you know, everyone's got to manage their costs. To be a realistic and a trustworthy manufacturer, you need to be able to operate at the right in the right sort of ballpark.
Yeah.
So what we wanted to do was make sure that we start off right, we add the automation, we add the efficiency, and then every machine that we get after that will have exactly the same blueprint.
How many machines have you got in the building?
So from an MGF point of view, we've got 3.
Yeah.
FDM, we have over 40.
Oh my God.
SLA, a little bit less, and we have an SLS and SLA as well.
What are these?
These are natural cooling units. So we've had to purchase these to support the automation.
Oh.
So what happens is our throughput now is much higher with automation in place. So the automation means that we need to free up the build units quicker. So we're using now the natural cooling units to transfer the builds into those, let them cool properly, and then do the unpacking after that in the processing stations.
So that is all part of the infrastructure?
All part of the efficiency, yeah. So the drive to make sure that we've got the throughput, the speed, you know, without sacrificing the quality.
I mean, you've got some components here as well, just to kind of show off for the event. But, okay, so what's this area?
So this is post-processing.
Yes.
So yeah, it's an anti-clockwise kind of setup. Again, we've tried to make it very logical. So this is post-processing, and here we have part cleaning, we have part shot blasting, and we have the new power fuse, which is vapor smoothing.
this, sorry, go on.
Is that to create that?
Exactly. So we can take a standard grey part like that, we can put it through the vapor fusing process and the deep dye colouring, which we have from Dimension, and you'll turn what is a very basic looking part into a production ready part effectively.
Yes, you could. I mean, there's a big difference there. You can see that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Gosh, this is, this is what I always think stuff like this. My grandparents would never have been able to imagine anything like this, and look at what you're doing now.
Yeah, I mean, it's true manufacturing.
What's this on the front, sorry?
So this is the automation system. So what we have is the ability to queue up multiple builds or multiple processes. So that as we're wanting to vapor smooth a batch of parts, we can queue them up, leave them overnight, and we come in the morning and they've all been done overnight and ready to be processed. So again, it's about efficiency, it's about throughput, about getting it right.
And being able to, this is manufacturing. This is the difference. That's,
yeah.
Is this why you've got 3D print manufacturing?
Absolutely. So we started off as just Midlands 3D, and I added the 3D print manufacturing strapline because that's really where we were going. It was obvious that that was the way that the customers were going. It's obvious the way that the market was going. So we needed to add a very clear message that, yes, we do manufacturing. We do batches of 50, 100 parts or more without fail every single time pretty much now.
And just look at these different components that you can, I mean, I've just got to show it. Look at these. Wow. You've just, and the finish of the components, I mean, we went out to HP in Barcelona. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen a facility with so many machines bar in Barcelona.
Yeah, and to be honest, there's two ways you can do this. You can either throw lots of machines at it, which is high capital outlay and floor space and power, or you can sweat the asset, try and get a bit more efficiency out of them, and that to us is where we're going. It's about automation and it's about efficiency.
You only really see that, in my opinion, I've only ever seen that with subtractive machining, not additive, to sweat the asset, and that's where you're at now.
Absolutely, and that's where we need to be geared up for the future so that we can do that.
Why have you got the British touring cars being loaded up the lorry today?
So we've had a 3-year partnership with them so far. We've already signed up for next year and the year after that. Where we supply lots and lots of parts for the cars. So they're actually bringing some of the ducting and the parts we were just holding a few seconds ago. They are the air ducts that are used in the race cars. We've helped them produce parts that they couldn't have done any other way. So we've now bringing the vapor smoothing in. We're bringing the added capability of the technology, and it's just a great showcase for what's possible. We've got the technology coupled with the high performance requirements, coupled with the brands, BMW and West Surrey Racing are right up there. So for us it's a great showcase of what's possible.
All right, let's head upstairs.
Yep.
Oh my goodness! When you said 40 machines, I wasn't expecting this.
Yeah. So this is the FDM farm. So FDM printing is the more traditional kind of printing that most people are probably familiar with. So we've gone large in terms of capability and throughput. These new machines are super fast, super capable. At one point in our history, we had over 100 machines. We don't need that many machines now because technology is evolving. So again, we're keeping up with the latest technologies and using faster machines to still get the throughput.
Oh, I see. So you've got multiple.
This is part 2 of the quadrupedal walking machine I started, in part 1, and it's going to be about this big, which is big enough to ride on, and somehow I'm going to ride on it, either lying on it or sitting on it, and I'm not sure. So this is quite a unique design, because it's going to have joints which pick up its legs diagonally and put them down again, and then another slider that moves 2 sections across each other or rotates them, and that's how it's going to translate or rotate to walk. So quite a few challenges. This is going to be ongoing development, but today we're going to put together the whole assembly. In part 1, I made this gearbox, which is extremely strong, which I called an inside-out planetary gearbox, but isn't really. It's 2 stages, but with multiple stages and with multiple motors, so we mesh lots of teeth. We lifted lots of mass, and it was really good. So now we've got to make another 3 and all the other parts. Now, a key part about this project is it needs to be really strong, so of course I can ride on it. So I'm printing these parts with a 1.2mm nozzle, so thanks to Bot 3D printers who supported my channel for over 11 years now. They've also got a 2.4mm nozzle kit, but I haven't used it for anything yet. Some of these parts are printed with a 0.5mm nozzle for the finer gears, and this time we've got some new parts, again printed with a 1.2mm nozzle to make all the joints of the legs. And I've got 11 printers, which is why these 2 are on the ground. Pretty much printed all the parts. We're in all these bins, obviously to make 3 more gearboxes, and then all of these ends which we're going to use to go and make the joints for all the legs. So thanks to Polymaker, who support my channel with filament now. So we've got Polymax PLA, which are all the small gears and things, which are really important, that they're really tough. And then we've got Polylite Pro, which is for all of the bigger parts, which make up the main chassis. Now I know there's quite a lot of shout-outs of brands in these videos, obviously Lolsbot, Polymaker, but basically I couldn't make the projects without them. There'd be no rideable ATATs and no ball bikes if it wasn't for some brands helping me with some of the materials, which, you know, they're relevant, they're actually used in the build. So on that note, thanks to Simply Bearings for the bearings for this project. Check out simplybearings.co.uk. If you want it, they stock it. Right, let's get on with the assembly. We've got 6 motors, and that's 2 for each one, and these are 100:1 ratio gear heads, so they already have a gearbox on them, and that's how we've got such a high ratio. And of course those mesh with the 3 intermediate gears, and those mesh with the big gears, which fit in between them. So we've got lots of teeth meshing and lots of torque, and that's why this is so good. I'm using T-nuts and extrusion to put this whole thing together as before, so we can slide in T-nuts in the slots in the extrusion, and just put bolts in through the 3D print, and I've left these heads recessed, and that's how we're going to put the whole thing together. So these are the main gearbox chunks, and then we've got the opposite piece that holds the other end of the axle, again with 4 of those bolts into the extrusion. That leaves us with the 3 gearboxes and the opposing parts to hold the other end of the axle, all with their 40/40 extrusions attached. So there's gearboxes, and the opposite part that goes behind it, that holds the other end of the axle, have all got their extrusions attached. So now we just need to join those together to make it rigid so the axle's held. We're going to do that with some more 40/40 and some metal T-brackets. Love making stuff out of structural aluminium like this. This extrusion, it's really easy to put together because you can just print brackets and screw them on, or you can get aluminium brackets off the shelf for it, internal corners, all of those sorts of things, and then you can just build your whole project like a giant construction kit. And if you want to use it again, then you can just cut it up with a hacksaw and make something else out of it. My main output gears are bolted onto some more 40/40 extrusion, and that's also keyed into the square axle that goes all the way through the gearbox and attached with metal plates and more T-nuts and some bolts, so that should be super strong. We do need to just make sure these little intermediate gears are braced against the output as well, so I've got this piece that fits on with another massive bearing on the output shaft, and everything's held on there with collar clamps. The other end of the axle is also attached with 2 metal
Chinese have accomplished an incredible feat. They've just built a gigantic sanctuary of marine life that rivals something Jules Verne could have dreamed up. A glass, steel, and concrete structure big enough to hold 50 million liters of water and tens of thousands of sea creatures. Ocean Kingdom is the largest aquarium in the world and has just opened up on the island of Henkin in southern China. Nothing else on Earth can compare to it in terms of architectural scale, technological challenge, the amount of marine species on display, or the estimated number of visitors. This mind-boggling project elicits many questions. Whose idea was it? How was it built? And what will this Great Wall of Glass symbolize for people? Zhuhai, a simple fishing village near Macau that has become one of the most dynamic cities in China in merely a few decades' time. Like its sister city Hong Kong, Zhuhai is a special economy zone and now linked to the island of Henkin. As part of an ambitious development program, Henkin has just built an oversized theme park that is home to the most incredible aquarium ever designed. This artificial realm, an underwater Noah's Ark, is the brainchild of an extremely low-profile Chinese billionaire. To build it, he flew in talented specialists from all four corners of the globe. The contractors of this colossal construction project, with an estimated cost of almost $5 billion, are renowned architects and designers, as well as managers who've collaborated on major international projects. These experts, whose languages and cultures are different, have risen to meet what many considered impossible challenges to build an indoor ocean as disproportionately huge as the Great Wall of China. Chinese workers toiled away for 3 years to construct Ocean Kingdom. They had to face all the challenges stemming from the enormous size of the project, but it was the main aquarium, with a water capacity equivalent to 12 Olympic pools, that presented the most technical problems. How to erect the largest and thickest glass wall ever made, or even more impressive, how to install the enormous 50-ton translucent dome at the bottom of the aquarium. The park project is much more than the giant aquarium, though. 7 other themed tanks were built on the site, as well as one of the largest hotels in China. Ocean Kingdom also contains an amusement park and a circus. The Chinese billionaire bargained on excess to attract millions of tourists. He wanted a 66-meter-tall whale shark as the emblem of Ocean Kingdom, and he got it. Nevertheless, the ultimate challenge doesn't fall to engineers, but to marine biologists. How to transport colossal creatures weighing several tons and introduce them unharmed into the aquariums. 30,000 fish and marine mammals in all will be brought into Ocean Kingdom. It will be a Herculean task to take care of all these creatures, even more so since the theme park plans to offer its thrill-seeking public the most amazing oceanic show the world has ever seen. Well, if everyone agrees. It all begins in March 2011, the day after the Chinese New Year. Once the offerings are made to the gods, workmen began building the largest aquarium and marine theme park. The construction is set to last 18 months, yet it will take 3 long years before Ocean Kingdom finally sees the light of day. Still, everything falls into place as planned. The 130 hectares that will house the park on the island of Henkin begin bustling with all the tried and true heavy equipment. Two worlds must coexist on this immense construction site. A traditional world comprised of workers who carry out the generally classic construction jobs, and a world of both Chinese and international experts who need to anticipate and solve the problems linked to this project that defies comprehension. To employ nearly 20,000 construction workers, Chimrong, a Chinese group specialized in mass tourism, has drawn teams of highly diverse traditions from China's different regions. In a land much vaster than Europe, cultural differences among ethnic groups are common. But at this stage of the game, no conflicts have emerged yet. Everyone minds their business and does their assigned job. The race against the clock hasn't begun, and as of yet, everything is running smoothly. For the time being, the main task is reinforcing the concrete foundations with steel and raising the huge walls on them. Although steel pipes have replaced the traditional bamboo scaffolding, the Chinese workers still maneuver them with ease. The human beehive is constantly abuzz as 3 teams relay and round-the-clock shifts on each of the sites. Monsoon season is on its way, and all the foundations and load-bearing walls must be ready and dry before the spring rains arrive to inevitably slow down operations, especially since the hardest part remains. Now come the technicians in charge of installing the main arteries that will pipe water into the enormous ocean park. There are 8 aquariums in all, including the gigantic one, and 3 tanks destined for water shows. Several hundred kilometers of pipes, the biggest section of which exceeds 90 centimeters, will be laid to create a network branching to the different environments of Ocean Kingdom. For Robert Satchel, the American engineer in charge of the hydrographic network, every little detail counts. The PVC pipes must be trimmed down to the very millimeter to prevent any potentially disastrous leaks. Nonetheless, the trickiest operation is placing the pipes within the concrete maze of the Grand Aquarium, as it is still under construction. Everything has to be perfect. Once completed, this insatiable monster will be able to swallow 30,000 cubic meters of seawater. Even for the engineers, the aquarium remains an enigma. What will happen once it's filled? A tank of this size is completely unprecedented. Previously, the world's largest aquarium was in Atlanta, yet that one was twice as small as this. Other megastructures begin to take shape around the Grand Aquarium, such as the different amphitheaters, each with a seating capacity of 4,000 to 5,000. These 21st century arenas will house water shows featuring belugas, dolphins, and sea lions. Further on, an enormous concrete dome towers 30 meters above the ground. It will cover a circus with a polar theme, spotlighting its most emblematic creatures: penguins, walruses, and polar bears. And then there's the hotel, a 5-star luxury establishment with nearly 2,000 rooms, the biggest in China. Once it's completed, it will resemble a palace straight out of a marine-themed 1001 Nights. The Chinese billionaire has insisted on adorning the entrance with 30-meter dolphins, and he'll get what he wants. Meanwhile, the hotel is the first building in Ocean Kingdom to take form, probably because it's also the least complicated to build. A few hundred meters from the hotel, the first visitors arrive on the construction site, the men and women who will take care of the animals. Frenchman Julien and his Dutch girlfriend F have been hired to instruct and supervise Ocean Kingdom's entire crew of animal caretakers and trainers.
For all of them, they'll be the first time to see the shogun, so that's very exciting.
For the time being, you still have to use your imagination.
It's a very nice exhibit.
The future aquatic theater, where audiences will watch small white whales and large dolphins, is still nothing but a dusty concrete shell. But Julian can already sense the culmination of a professional dream.
To me, to be part of such a massive project like that, definitely
My dream is to bring the best shows possible for Dolphin and Beluga Stadium and make this staff and this park one of the best in the world.
Julian is familiar with a good many dolphinariums throughout the world, and the directors of Chinlong were impressed with his solid experience. The 50-some Chinese animal trainers, some of them absolute beginners, are expecting great things from him now. Sooner or later, the inevitable had to happen. The rainy season has come, with its familiar consequences on the construction site.
The rain was so sudden and violent that the sand and cement collapsed in the four corners of the work site. The rain's so heavy, it's hard to evacuate. The damage is definitely going to mean more delays at this stage of construction.
The Grand Aquarium, where whale sharks and manta rays will live, is nothing but an ocean of mud. The engineers who have to plan for every eventuality are starting to entertain the worst-case scenario, shutting down construction. For Ricky Kong, the man in charge of the walls and making sure the giant tank is watertight, the dice are cast. They'll have to wait many more months before they can install the great glass wall, the tunnels, and the incredible transparent dome over the aquarium. There's still so much to do that as soon as the rain stops even a few moments, things start bustling once more. A leaden sky doesn't hinder the installation of the frames that will support the spectacular structures of the ocean theme park. Amusement rides, dark rides, roller coasters, and all of them gigantic, of course. Though they won't be the main attractions at Ocean Kingdom, the big draw being the world's largest aquarium. That being said, they'll still play an important role. Chinlong Group knows that in order to draw tourists from around the world, everything needs to be on offer at once. China's domestic leisure market is flourishing, but its new middle class don't have much free time. They want to go somewhere free of risk from natural disaster and the problems of daily life, somewhere the entire family can enjoy themselves and even learn while having fun. Chinlong decided to pull out all the stops. Ocean Kingdom will be nothing short of a dream factory. They plan to attract 20 million tourists a year. The ocean theme park will be open to all. There'll be something for everyone, Chinese and foreigners, young and old alike. Chinlong's management carried out a study to understand its countrymen's deepest desires. It turns out that what the Chinese want is an uninterrupted flow of entertainment and discovery, a feast for the eyes. In response, Chinlong didn't move mountains, it made them. Various American companies worked on building the giant slides for a journey of polar exploration, or else dark rides, which are each more impressive than the one before. And in keeping with the gigantic theme, why not build one of the longest flying roller coasters in the world? When completed, 1.3 kilometers of steel loops and interlacings will loom to a height of 60 meters, hurtling riders through an equatorial forest at nearly 110 kilometers per hour. After all that, it's sure visitors will get what they came for, and then some. In the barracks this morning, the workers are worried. Weather conditions are unfavorable, and there's a lot at stake over the next few days. The Grand Aquarium is finally ready for its huge glass walls go up. Its 400 square meters of translucent surface will be the main attraction of Ocean Kingdom. Well, that along with the whale sharks. Cut into 12 pieces measuring roughly 9 by 4 meters, the 65-centimeter thick acrylic glass wall docks at the port of Peking. Each piece weighs over 22 tons. It took 2 years to design, build, and transport them. A huge crane is set up. With its heavy concrete counterweights, it's a record breaker in itself. The 500-ton beast on Caterpillar tracks must lift and place the pieces of the glass wall into the formwork as gently as possible. The slightest impact or error in positioning could have consequences on the entire project. There aren't any spare parts. For manager Ricky Kong, it's the moment of truth.
I've got a brand new challenge to face. I've done it before, but this will be the first time with walls as big as this. I'm coming. I'm in the car. I'll be right there.
The formwork is ready and waiting inside the aquarium. The only thing left to do is slip the 270 tons of acrylic glass inside. The success or failure of the undertaking now rests in the hands of the man operating the 50-meter tall crane. Here we go. Once it's turned up right, the massive panel will be lifted into the air. Though enormously heavy, new technology has cut its weight in half. It was a calculated choice to use polymethyl methacrylate, better known as acrylic or acrylic glass. This material weighs exactly 1.2 tons per cubic meter, whereas silicate glass weighs 2.5 tons. What's more, it's more resistant to impacts, and its optical qualities, transparency, light conductivity, and absence of geometrical distortion are distinctly superior to traditional glass. The most difficult moment has come. The team now has to slide the glass wall into place. They must prevent it from swaying, and to do so, they use the simplest method to guide it: human hands. The 22-ton slab slides into place without a millimeter to spare. Along with the 11 other panels, it will form the great translucent wall, 40 meters long and 330 square meters. These spectacular dimensions will earn it a spot in the Guinness Book of Records, usurping the glass wall of Dubai's aquarium. A few days later, the second and third panels are slipped into place without a hitch. The workers seem to have the technique down, and it shouldn't take more than 2 or 3 weeks to install all 12 panels. But in the end, it takes 2 months. An unexpected intruder is to blame: the wind. Though moderate at first, it quickly rises, forcing the workers to accelerate the process and pay even closer attention. The storm picks up all at once and lasts last several days. The acrylic panels sway dangerously at the end of their hooks in the gusts of wind. It's becoming dangerous for the workers. One final tense attempt, and they make it. The final panel is fitted into place, to the great relief of Mr. Ricky Kong. Now that this massive work has been perfectly installed, the architects at Ocean Kingdom can focus on other concerns. Al Cross, Vice President of PGAV Destinations, an American company specialized in attraction and exhibit design, uses his long stay in China to seek new inspiration. He visits culturally rich museums to hone his vision of the interior and exterior design for Ocean Kingdom. Chinese art from every era and dynasty has always displayed exceptional creativity and formal perfection. Al Cross doesn't leave anything to chance. He touches his design again and again and again, which engenders endless discussion with various architects and managers about the countless attractions under construction. Yet somehow, little by little, it all takes shape. On paper, at least.
And into that pit, it's a dry pit. And that pit was a dry throughout the point. And I noticed that two architects' reactions to what you said.
You have to admit, Chimelong's demands sometimes verge on the limits of what's reasonable. They want everything to be over the top, both in shape and dimension. All the parameters have to be taken into account, and often they only come clear out in the field. For the architects, the challenge is too big, but they'll do everything they can to rise to it. In fact, on the Ocean Kingdom site, it's simply one challenge after another. Mike, the head designer of the park, adds the final touch of color to the giant whale shark that will be the emblem of Ocean Kingdom. The engineers thought it was irrational, but the billionaire insisted. So they did it. Building a 66-meter-high whale shark is a tall order. For inspiration, they turned to the Statue of Liberty. In 1880, Bartholdi used copper sheets hammered by hand and bolted onto an iron structure. But modern technology makes the technique more labor-saving. Plates of galvanized steel were pre-formed in a factory based on 3D modeling, then attached to rods inserted into a concrete core. Much quicker for sure, though not enough to keep within the time frame. The final touches on the metal creature are highly meticulous. Thousands of plates need to be welded and sanded. The engineers turn up the heat. They desperately need to call it a wrap for the whale shark, 6 months behind their original schedule. Once complete, the sculpture stands some 20 meters taller than the Statue of Liberty. It towers over the Ocean Kingdom construction site, much to the delight of the Chinese billionaire. No other animal sculpture in the world can rival it in terms of size. For the animal keepers and marine biologists, it's the beginning of a long evening. They head to the airport in Baiyu, about to be delivered on the tarmac. The timing's perfect. A large Russian-built Il-76 lands on the runway. Inside are the first large animals to be welcomed in Ocean Kingdom's temporary tanks. Every precaution has been taken for this initial encounter. The vet wants to make sure the animals are in good health. They've just traveled 10 hours from the aquarium that originally housed them. Once the customs officers and pilots have completed formalities, it's time to begin unloading the 8 belugas. The small white whales have traveled 2 per container, and there are 4 containers to unload. They need to act fast. Even at night, the temperature in Bayou is close to 30 degrees centigrade, and belugas normally live in 2 degrees water. On top of this, because they're marine mammals, they were transported simply in moist rafts, a prudent safety measure since they could have drowned had they traveled in containers of water. The main priority is getting their body temperature down. Zhang Zulu, Assistant Director of Ocean Kingdom, is a little on edge. It's the first time he supervised an operation such as this. There's plenty of ice on hand, and they quickly place the bags into the paddocks. The beluga's land journey can now begin. Their well-being is in the hands of the animal caretakers, who know there's no room for error. It's daybreak, and the temperature is going to start to climb. The trucks pick up the pace as it approaches the island of Penkin. Suddenly, there's a serious problem. The first truck is on fire. Well, not completely. The brake pads overheated, and the underside of the truck burst into flames around the axle. They need to get it under control fast, since the crane's no longer around to unload the truck's precious cargo. More shaken up than hurt. Saved by cool-headed resourcefulness. The truck can get back on its way to Ocean Kingdom. On site, where construction is still underway, Julian, the manager of animal training, waits impatiently for the belugas to arrive. They'll be his first students, along with the Chinese trainers. Mistakenly called a white whale, the beluga is a small cetacean that adapts easily to life in a dolphinarium. Its intelligence makes it easy to train, and its endearing facial expressions are a hit with the public. Larger than dolphins, the beluga can grow up to 6 meters and weigh over a ton, which is not yet the case for these young belugas that are about to be placed in the cold water tanks reserved for them. Before they go into the water, each animal gets a complete checkup by the veterinarian team. This female weighs 780 kilograms. An ultrasound shows whether she is pregnant and takes a cardiovascular reading. Everything's fine. Now all that's left to do is to put her in the water. Not as easy as it sounds. The beluga can sense the water, and she's dying to get in it as quick as she can. The receiving pools were built first. They allow the animals to adapt and be separated from others they're incompatible with. Ocean Kingdom can't keep Arctic mammals and warm water fish in the same tanks, nor sharks with seals. Once everything's completed, each species will be dispatched into its own aquarium or well-defined area. Meanwhile, everything's going as smoothly as can be expected with the belugas, and Zhang-Delu and Julian are pleased. The animals start to play in the pools, a good sign. Mission accomplished. That being said, F, Julian's Dutch girlfriend, knows the...
In 1995, astronomer and planetary scientist Carl Sagan made a disturbing prophecy in his book, The Demon-Haunted World, about the future of the United States, where nearly all of its manufacturing industries had slipped away to other countries, leading to adverse geopolitical and societal